Good evening. Welcome to the November Lower Makefield Township Park and Recreation Board meeting. Our first agenda item is roll call. So virtually, we have Michael Brody online, Michael Blundy, Kim Rock, Dennis Wysocki. Present here in person is Rob Labar, myself, Doug Kraus. Absent tonight is Dave Malinowski. We also have our Park and Rec Director, Monica Tierney, and absent is our Board of Supervisor Liaison, Colin Doyle. The next agenda item is approval of our meeting minutes, but we do not have those ready yet. So I need somebody to make a motion to amend tonight's meeting minutes to move the October 24th meeting minutes to the December meeting. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make that.
So moved.
Rob made a motion. Rob Labar. Anybody want to second that?
Second.
Mike Blundy, second. All in favor of moving the approval of the October 24th Park and Rec meeting minutes to December meeting, say aye.
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 Thank you. We're just going to shuffle some things around. George, I don't know if you have anything for league update, but we're giving you the honors of going early. What's that? Gordon, you want to go first then? You can go first. Just come on up to the microphone, state your name, and I don't know if that one's on or the other one's on. Both on? Okay. Here's
You guys hear me?
there you go. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Gordon Workman from the Lower Makefield Football Association. So our season is officially over now. Actually, we have two tackle teams that have continuing on in the playoffs. But our flag season is officially over, minus two tournament teams. One actually won the NFL flag tournament up in New England and Boston last weekend. So it's going to be playing at the Pro Bowl. They do a big NFL flag national tournament. So the winners of each of the 10 regional tournaments go down to Orlando this year. Last year was Vegas. So that's pretty exciting. We'll have a team down there. They get to actually get called out at the Pro Bowl and, meet a player or two. So we have a 13, 14-year-old team really looking forward to that. So, but overall, a really successful season. I mean, I think we really, as we've said before, really appreciate the use of Memorial Park for our practices and, look forward to continuing that. I think it worked out. I went over there a couple times and people seem to do a good job of following the rules, which is great, parking in the right spots and staying on the football field. So I think we had about 650 kids in flag this year. So continue to rise about 5% a year. And I think we're actually up to 5 tackle teams again this year. So about 110 kids, give or take, in tackle. So our numbers continue to be great and appreciate the partnership. So that's it, unless there's questions.
Thanks, Gordon. Does anybody on the board have any questions for Gordon? If none, all right, you got off easy, Gordon. Thank you for the update.
How you doing? George Lieben, 1035 Harvard Drive, and I am the president of YMS. Just a few updates. We have coming up in December, we have 4 of our boys teams and 3 of our girls teams heading to the National League playoffs in Tampa. So very exciting if they advance there. It'll be another warm weather trip in February. So I hope they all advance. That'll be exciting for them. Our bunch of our kids participated in a couple of community service projects. We were at cleaning up Lake Afton, really great turnout for that recently. A bunch of our kids there, and also we helped out with the Run the Course. A bunch of our kids came out and did some marshalling there, so pretty awesome. They all had a blast doing it. I think one of our kids actually won one of the age groups in the race, so it was pretty great, Amelia. So it was cool for her. Our season's done on Saturday or Sunday, and we'll be cleaning off the backfields and also overall. And finally, I want to thank 3 volunteers. David Marinoff, who was our treasurer. He served on the board for 4.5 years. Reza Magadam, who was our rec director. He served on the board for 6 years. And Mike Corso, who was our vice president and tournament director for 6 years. They've all capped out their time and moved on, but some really good people. But Mike is a glutton for punishment, so he'll be sticking around to kind of help out with the tournament a little bit. So that's good for all involved. So that's it.
Great. Any questions from the board for George? No?
Nope.
Oh, we do have, okay.
Oh,
All
okay.
right, we'll get to public comment and,
I'm good.
all right. thanks
Cool.
for-
Thank you, guys.
I guess we can open up public comment. Get to the nitty gritty of everything else, so come on up and state your name and.
Hi, I'm Lori Gray, excuse me, Lower Makefield Township resident. And I just wanted to mention, to make sure that the board was aware, if they aren't already, that there was an incident on October 13th at Makefield Park. We are working on getting that resolved through Monica and other avenues, but it had to do with yeah, I guess there was a community night on October 13th at the park, and there were some ordinances that a lot of noise and stuff like that, but we notified Monica, and I know she's working, and Gordon was right, was notified as well and got right back to me. So, but I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware of it as well, if you already weren't. So thank you.
Thanks. No, we were, I don't know, was it community night?
They had like a pep rally at
Oh.
and just the music was
Who had?
a little,
I mean, the football?
the football.
Oh, okay.
organization.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Got a permit for it. The police were down there working with us.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Oh, I didn't, didn't tie the two together when you said community night versus,
yeah, yeah. And there was a DJ
okay.
and yeah.
People had a lot of fun.
Max
Um,
loved it.
All right, so the next parts of our meeting, as Monica had sent out, communication, last week, she had presented to the Board of Supervisors, as part of their budget discussions for 2024, some of the recommendations that we had made during our last meeting, as well as some other discussion items regarding some of our other fees and revenue streams, expenses. And so where we're going to spend most of our time tonight is really to work together collaboratively to make sure that from a park and rec standpoint that we're arming Monica, as well as making solid recommendations to the Board of Supervisors in terms of what we believe park and rec should represent to the township, what those costs should be to participants. And if there are ways we can close the gap in terms of generating revenue to offset, any of the increased expenses that we are seeing either due through inflation, cost of goods, labor. We want to make sure that we address those, but we also want to make sure that we're mindful of the cost to the participants and make sure that we're not, passing off too many costs, that it becomes cost prohibitive for people to enjoy the programs and services that the township offers. So I don't know how many of you had a chance to see the meeting. There are differencing of opinions in terms of how the supervisors want to see the budget. In the past, typically the costs have been more of a break-even proposition in terms of the revenue stream would offset the expected expenses. Now there are, as Monica has shared with us and with the board, there are times when those expenses are either higher or sometimes the revenue is higher because the expenses come in lower. But there are also opinions on the board that we should be making a higher revenue and charge higher fees where we can. Not necessarily everywhere, but where there's opportunities to do that, we should look at that. So tonight, I know we've already looked at several programs during our last meeting, including camp, pickleball. We will discuss those again tonight, but we are going to tackle the other big areas in terms of the pool, league fees, user fees, community park, the community center fees, dog park, which we talked the last time. But I want everybody to kind of keep an open mind what we stand for the park and recreation, what it delivers to the community and its constituents, and think hard and long about what the fees should be, what they can be, and put together for us a solid recommendation back to the Board of Supervisors, that collectively we as a board can send them a letter with a proposal and our recommendations from this meeting before the end of the month. I'm not sure when they vote on the budget. Is it?
It would have to be, I think they're going to meet again,
Meet again.
another budget meeting. I'm not sure if that's been announced or not yet.
Okay.
I'm not sure the date, but it has
Oh.
to be finished in December. So it has to be advertised for 30 days and
Yeah, so
we're running out of days.
so our goal would try to get that to them, before Thanksgiving, if possible. So we've got some slides. Some of the slides are what Monica shared with supervisors last week. There's somewhere I've added some content for us to discuss. So I see, Dennis, you have your hand up. Sorry, that's really small on the screen. So you got, it's like a little tiny hand on. Go ahead
that's
before we go into the deck. So
It sounds like a Saturday Night Live skit or something, right?
say that again. Sorry, say that again.
I said, sounds like a Saturday Night Live skit or something like that with a small hand.
Yeah.
I was not able to attend the supervisors meeting. I'm sorry, I was traveling, but I'm a little confused as you describe the purpose of tonight's meeting, because everything you said is what I thought we've done in terms of, establishing what the Parks and Rec board provides, what Parks and Rec provides to the community, and all the programs and the costs and all. And particularly confusing to me was in the beginning, I'm not really sure what we're trying to do tonight. It sounded like there's conflicting direction that we're being given. Is it to make programs more affordable for residents, or is it to fit everything into a budget that someone has in their mind already established?
It seemed as though the direction from the board was to increase fees to not only offset or break even, but also to consider some of our additional usage due to the programming to cover some of the capital or repair expenses.
So it's more of a budget concern than it is a affordability for participants concern.
I think as a board, we need to, not, if the expenses, really look hard at the budgets, understand where there's room to be creative, to either generate revenue. But the question we collectively as a board is that how much expenses are we going to pass along and costs to the participants? Not just only what it takes to run the program, but are we expecting the participants to start paying additional fees over and above the cost to run the program to cover potential capital improvements down the road? So just for an example, somebody brought this up at the meeting. Let's say, Makefield needs the parking lot repaved. Should all the user fees that people pay to use the park pay additional fees on top of that to cover potential repaving of a parking lot 5 years or 10 years down the road? That's an example that was given during that meeting. So it's just collectively as a board, we have to come to some terms to understand is that, we can put our recommendation together. Again, we're an advisory board. The board of supervisors can agree or disagree in terms of what we recommend, but I'm just, if you didn't get to watch the meeting and the video, I'm just trying to give you a sense of, and as Monica added, what their feedback was in terms of, you know, the recommendations on some of the fees based on the expenses and whether or not we have the ability to raise those fees higher to capture, you know, potential future costs. So maybe I wasn't clear, but that's just some of the feedback.
Another
It's-
piece of the puzzle was the fact that in front of them was a draft budget. We've been through a couple drafts. So this was a draft budget that had a 0.5 millage increase to the Park and Rec millage, which is not part of the general fund. It's separate millage, which would essentially equate to about $21 a household. And their feeling, it seemed, not that they voted on anything, but the sense that I was getting was that they would prefer, instead of increasing millage, that we increase user fees to cover our operational deficit.
Yeah, and if I could, if I could just add a little more color to it, the township as a whole, what they discussed at the meeting was the township as a whole, our expenditures are more than what our revenue is. And there's a number of reasons for that, but overall, not just Park and Rec, but we're spending more than what we're generating in revenue. So like, I think that's in large part what the Board of Supervisors is looking at.
So Dennis, from when I was watching, I watched the video of it, agreeing with Mike and what everybody else said. I think the purpose of tonight's meeting was the board largely disagreed with our budget. I feel like we've always had this kind of running theory of run at even. The board made it very clear that that modus operandi needs to change. So tonight would be to whatever extent we feel we can change and or come up with a different plan or argue why we think it should be plan A as opposed to plan B, and kind of hashing out some of those discussions. I know from after I watched it, I definitely, you know, I have some, you know, some real concerns about the methodology that they want us to do. I'd like to find more of a middle ground, but, you know, I'm happy to expand on that later, but.
I think just to add clarity to that is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Monica, but the Park and Rec budget is sourced, any revenue is from fees, and then any other costs or funds that you get are from that Park and Rec millage, right? There are no other funds that are transferred from the general fund. Is that correct?
No, I mean, would there be a shortage? Then yes.
Right. So
Yeah.
if there's a
Right.
shortage, but so Mike, to your point, even though the township has additional expenses, unless there's a Park and Rec shortage, there are no funds typically that are used from the general operating fund to support Park and Rec, right? So our funds are typically from fees or from the Park and Rec tax millage that's assessed. So.
Well, at our last Park and Rec meeting, Monica, you know, put up a slide. I don't recall exactly, but the past 2 years, $355,000 is what the deficit was. Where we I don't think it's technically an overspend because there are capital things in that number. Monica, tell me if I'm wrong. Was it $355,000?
Well, that number has changed a little bit because as we went through the budget and reviewed, there were some corrections. So I don't have the number rate, but year over year, the deficit has been there and it's been accumulative.
And it's a six-figure number, so it's not.
Yes, it's a six-figure number.
It's not a small,
Mm-mm.
you know, thing. So the way that as I understand it, the way that we're operating, we're not covering the costs of the programming that we're putting out.
That is
Can I go
true.
back to something that Brody said earlier? Brody, your takeaway was that previous methodology for operating to like break even was had to change in the supervisor's mind. What does that mean? Which way did they want us to change?
They want to exceed or make more money from fees than break even.
So they want to make Park and Rec a profit center for the township?
Well, it wouldn't ultimately profit. The money would go back to operations.
So can I, if I recall correctly, our last meeting, there was a discussion about the millage, and at one point it was upped and then it was decreased for the past several years, I think.
Yeah, it was about 7 years ago. It was increased and then reduced the following year.
For a 1-year period and then
Yeah.
reduced.
Mm-hmm.
So my question, and I think the terminology of like making revenue off of Park and Recs, I think is inappropriate in how it's being worded. But if that's what the supervisors are saying or whatever, I think there's two different things. There's, how much does a program cost? And I think we're not capturing some of the maintenance and the future things, and that needs to be addressed. And I think that's what we discussed last time about why we were recommending to the board to increase the millage to address some of that. And all this maintenance that's not being done is not going away. It's cumulative. And so I guess the question is, in my mind, that's what I thought our recommendation to increase the millage was, to get back to where we should be, not breaking even, but like encompassing all of the future maintenance and problems that might accrue in all our various parks. Is that?
Rob, thank you for saying that. I was muted. I was trying to say that. I couldn't figure out where my mute button was. But thank you, because I agree 100% with what you're saying there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of cumulative, right? We've opened new parks. We have parks that have, or the pool, we have instances where things need to be replaced that have not been addressed, or there hasn't been funding to account for that. And so when a big project or capital project that needs to come done, whether it's something at the pool or something else, there isn't today a fund that we can tap into. Now, so the question is how much should the people that are participating today pay for that for things that haven't been done over time that will need to be done? Or is there, what is the right way to skin that cat is kind of what we're addressing tonight. We're not going to get all the way to Bright, but philosophically and, from a program perspective, how do we need to address these costs and revenue stream?
You want me to start these slides?
Yeah, let's just go through this and we'll see what, again, there's different things that we need to look at and then make some recommendations. So
I'm just curious, before you do that, do we know comparatively that other townships like Middletown, Newtown, is it normal for the Parks and Rec to turn a profit? I mean, not saying profit, but have a surplus. How do we stack up compared to those townships? Do we know?
I mean, generally speaking, we go for break even in Parks and Recreation. I haven't called every other township, and not every township has dedicated Park and Rec millage. They're part of the general fund. So, every situation and circumstance is not the same. So I'd have to do a little research on that to answer that.
I guess,
Accurately.
and build on Kim's question is that let's say example, a park needs to be repaved. Is it expected that that park and the fees that people use at that park are to cumulatively pay for the repair, or is it just something that the townships are budgeting for that because it's a capital expense? I don't know enough, again, whether it's Middletown Falls, Newtown or whatever that how they operate their government and funding of projects, right?
I'd hate to say no, because I haven't called everybody. And you never know what kind of surprises you're going to find. But the tendency is not, just to break even on operations as far as I'm aware. I'm not saying that no township does it that way. And then with that, some townships, municipalities have other sources of revenue or income. Say like Falls Township has the landfill money that comes in that they can use as a backflow for if they have an overage for their pool. So the pool at Falls Township, and even the pool for the county, they have waste management money that comes in that if they have an overage that can cover, and that never impacts the township tax. We don't have that source of revenue or income to help with that. So, each township and municipality has different circumstances, and really we have to make decisions, or you have to make decisions that are best for this municipality.
So let me propose a hypothetical with some reality of where we're at. The park over at Memorial Park. I know that when we did our tour, the park needs the ground, the rubber or whatever needs replaced.
Mhm.
I think to the tune of like 6 figures, right?
Right.
And that should last for
Approximately 7 to 10 years.
7 to 10 years.
Mhm.
So let's say we replace that, next year. That's not a user fee type of thing that, everybody that comes to that is paying money to. So budgetarily wise, we know that in 7 years, there's going to be another check to be paid. How would you propose, is there a rainy day fund that Park and Rec should have kind of set aside with X amount of dollars each year for these type of expenditures? And are we able to come up with a number of, all right, let's say that's going to be 7 years. Let's just round it off to 10 years. And it's $100,000. So every year we need to put $10,000 into that to kind of save up for that. Correct?
Right. I mean, we've been looking at a capital improvement plan to better identify. Unfortunately, we have many amenities that are beyond their useful life. And unfortunately, we have allowed that to go on for as long as we have. And we're in a position now that we're kind of, just like we have 10 miles of road to pave and we're only able to tackle a little bit at times, the same thing, 10 miles of playground. It's not truly 10 miles of playground, but you get the analogy. It's the same thing, we're kind of backpedaling, covering some of the deferred maintenance that we've done over the years, and we haven't had funding to replace.
And if we did the millage, how much would that bring in each year? And what we propose to do?
I want to say it was around 250,000 extra dollars, but it could be more or less. Unfortunately, since I was in a hurry to leave my office, I left my budget
that's
book,
fine.
so that's not helpful tonight.
But I think Rob raises a good point. You have parks that are not generating fees that anybody can come use, whether it's playgrounds like Kids Kingdom or the park at Memorial Park, or and 5 Mile Woods. So you have parks that are open to the public, anybody can use. You have the parks that, whether it's Makefield or the baseball, softball fields that are available, and when they're not scheduled for leagues, are open to the public. So again, as a group, we need to decide how much the user groups are going to pay, or other groups that use the facilities pay, versus the parks that are open to anybody that nobody pays a fee for, that still require capital improvements at some point. So we have to balance that. And and what are the expectations? Or is the burden going to be fell on the shoulders of the people that pay to use the facilities versus and pick up the slack versus those that don't? So why don't we get into it here and see what we can accomplish without getting into tomorrow.
Your slide.
Yeah, so just want to ground everybody and get us back to why invest in park and recreation. I think sometimes this message gets lost. And this is, again, I put these bullets in here, right? I think it's the heart of the community. And I think that sometimes gets lost and that message doesn't come across, right? It provides programming facilities that provide, our constituents, whether they live here or not, with significant value, both tangible and intangible, right? The connectivity with the community. Most of you people have probably met a lot of your friends and neighbors through either sports groups, social activities that the township puts on, whether it's Community Pride Day, again, whether it's LMT soccer, football, baseball, right? There's physical well-being, being able to get your kids or yourselves out to the parks, mental well-being, being outside, connecting with other humans or the dogs at your dog park. It does preserve natural resources, which is important to, our residents, whether they're open park space, walking trails. And as much as people maybe don't want certain properties or parks in their backyard, overall, it does add the value to your property and your real estate, right? If we didn't invest in these parks, they'd become blight, or if we didn't have parks, we just become a city of houses. And I think we and the board, adopted this, developed this Play for All plan. We became certified. And so I think inherently from a strategic perspective, they believe in that Play for All plan and the things that we're doing, right? And so it's important that we keep that on top of mind as we go through this. So I just wanted to ground everybody again in terms of what Parks and Rec does for the community, and making sure that we continue to invest in that and try to encompass that and allow as many of our residents to participate where possible. So,
Doug, if you need more data or insights to add to that first page, I would say they could probably come right out of that document that was put together for the Play for All.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't go back and pull all the stats. I think collectively for us, it was just kind of bringing it back to the forefront because, again, we had presented this all to the board of supervisors. They all bought in, right? So, but
it sounds like there's going to be a need to refresh their understanding of the value of Parks and Rec to the township.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to get the narrative back in front of them in terms of, the communication and, why we're doing it. So totally agree. So we're going to kind of cover off the big ones first. Pool league fees, right? Because we didn't tackle them at the last meeting. Camp fees, just want to bring that again in front of everybody. We did approve a increase for that, but if we need to revisit that, same thing with pickleball, dog park. We didn't really touch base on the community center and the fees. And then, we'll just close up with, again, understanding what the ongoing projects are that Monica has planned, what are the capital projects, and discuss what's the right way to fund that and make our recommendation to the board. So, Monica, why don't we just start with the pool?
Oh, I have this.
Oh, yeah. And I think this was a slide, maybe, Mike, what you were referencing in terms of your annual operating expense on the left. What's generated from tax, right? Is that the millage, right? That comes in?
Millage.
That comes in from the millage to the residents, and then the fees and sponsorship on the right-hand side.
So just to be clear, this is not the entire budget. That would have taken me days and days to get through, but it's a snapshot to just show how programs are in 2024 with the initial proposed fees would cover at least break even.
And so is the pool not listed on there?
No, the pool, this is Park and Rec side,
Okay, so the pool's not in there, so,
but we know the pool was losing.
right.
And just to go back to my earlier point, when we're saying break even, we're not factoring a lot of the times in a maintenance project like the one over in Memorial Park.
Yeah, kind of like one-time offshoot projects, no. But average daily maintenance or like regular
Say,
reoccurring
For
projects.
example, pickleball, we have annual operating expense of 35,000.
Mhm.
In that 35,000, we're not saying, hey, we know that pickleball courts need refurbished every however years.
No, but what we did include and incorporate this year as part of the pickleball fees, that's going to cover the pickleball staff. That's going to help run that group, and also some of the repairs that we know that we need at Memorial Park, like soundproofing and extra nets and, other supplies and stuff that we currently have just provided.
That's-
Now that's gonna,
But that's equipment. I think the point we're all trying to grapple with is that if, I don't know, heavy wind comes and knocks down the fences at Cardinal,
Mm.
right? That's an expense we don't have money to cover. Right? And on a rainy day fund, I don't like,
I mean-
there aren't like this year, all of a sudden you had $70,000 in tree expense, which, we don't budget for that on it. It's like snow, right? You budget so much for snow removal. You either get no snow and like, hey, you got a bonus in the budget, but if you get five big snowstorms you don't plan for, that fund's got to come from somewhere. So Dennis, I see you got your little hand up again, so.
Yeah, it strikes me. I think all these points are really good points, but I mean, to do it maybe precisely, you'd have to have that prognostication, like Rob was talking about. Like every one of these things would have to have some projection of what those bigger capital expenses would be for, like repaving something, 7, 8, 9 years down the road, replacing fences that rotted and all those. Or another way to maybe do it, which might make more sense in the short term here for us this year, if this is what the supervisors are looking for, is to look at what the imbalance has been year on year and take like a gross number and just say that across all the programs, there's an extra, I don't know, X number of dollars that's required every year to cover capital expenses in those locations, and in total. Because I don't think we're going to have a line item detail unless you have it, Monica. I don't understand how we would do that.
that would require some effort.
But that sounds like what was being asked of us. And I just don't understand how we would do it unless we just did some sort of gross estimating.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a 5% assessment of total expenditures and you just take a number off the top and just say, we need to put aside X amount of dollars, because to get it by park, by activity is, like, to your point, it's going to take forever and a lot of extra work, right?
Yeah, but the challenge, I think Rob hit the nail on the head when he said, like, there are some parks that don't have user fees. They're like Memorial Park. Maybe there's some, but by and large, that's used by people in the township that don't pay a user fee. And there are some parks that are largely user fee based usage, not completely, but we'd have to figure out some way of pushing it out, like Makefield. Not every person that goes to the Makefield is a football, soccer, baseball player. There's people that walk there, people take their dogs there, people do the playgrounds there. So I'm not even sure how we can tackle this, to be honest with you.
Doug, if I could, interject, I mean, it would be impossible. I think it would be impossible for us to try to, plan for every contingency and then fund it. And honestly, I don't think that's what the board, at least that wasn't my sense, is what the board was looking for. But as an example, at Memorial Park right now, the basketball courts need to be replaced. That's a $220,000 or so expense. The park charge user fees that are going to, cover that type of capital, I don't know, improvement or maintenance. I think that, you know, I think where we can, increase fees that make sense, that's not going to hurt, you know, our, you know, the amount of people that participate, you know, makes sense to do that. In other words, you wouldn't want to raise fees so much that you don't have customers coming to participate. So, and I think, I don't know, last year, did we do the tennis courts at Schuyler Drive? Like that was, you know, was that $250,000 to do
It was
that?
half $500,000.
Like, you know, I don't think, you know, the board is asking that, you know, Park and Rec cover, you know, all these things that come up. I just think they're, you know, saying they're looking at, they're operating at a deficit, you know, township wide, and taxes have gone up, fees have gone up, and, you know, they're just trying to be reasonable in terms of, you know, what's the right budget to have.
Monica, could
Doug,
you
if I-
explain to me what
Sorry.
this we're looking at? Like, for example, special events. There's an annual operating expense of 70,000. Are you saying the next column, 47,000, is what part of that 70,000 is covered by tax, and
Yeah.
then and 23,000 is through fees?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's largely community day. The expense, that's our largest expense within special events.
So is everything here completely covered by either tax or fee?
Excuse me?
So I don't see any deficits on this.
Yeah, on this chart, it breaks even. I'm just wondering, are the amount that's covered by tax, is that put there because of the deficit? Like the taxes make up
No, I
whatever
was just,
left over?
this is a snapshot, so it's not showing the entire budget. But what it is showing is that our programs that have user fees are offsetting their costs, and that primarily the expense to the taxpayer is operational.
Mike, I just,
Doug-
you know, I didn't want to, you know, my point wasn't that we expect to recoup and charge to make payments, but again, if you do watch some of the video, that there was communication about how do we help pay for some of these projects down the road. The expectation is, are we going to be adding enough fees in the budget to cover a $500,000 repaving of a tennis court? No, there's no way that that's going to happen across Park and Rec. But again, the discussion was, how much more can you take beyond break even, right? And we collectively as a group, we just need to make sure that within each of our programs, and the fees are structured accordingly. And if there's room to take them, that's fine. But I want to make sure we're all clear that we're just not raising rates to pad the budget. I mean, we have to make sure there's some margin in there to cover for some shortfalls where appropriate. We can't operate in a deficit. I don't disagree with that, right? We can't lose money, but we just need to manage the fee structures to do that. And to Rob's point, you know, whether or not we would all agree that, I know the township doesn't want to increase millage, but if increasing the millage or getting the millage back up to where it was, again, Monica, I know I asked you last time. I'm not sure when the last time that millage was, other than that one time event,
For that.
when the last time that millage was raised. And we've all seen costs increase, but at some point, if not all of our parks are operated fee-based, so there are substantial amount of things that require additional revenue from taxes. And if the taxes don't increase, there is a give and take. Like there are things that, to Rob's point, that need replacement or need fixed, and they just don't get addressed, and it just keeps pushing it down the road. So we can make the recommendation. The Board of Supervisors can choose to accept or not, right? So
I have one question. So most of the things that are user fee based are essentially paying for themselves for the user fees. So if the user fees were higher, then does that surplus go for the future maintenance and things like that we were talking about? Or does that surplus then go to offset the operational costs that the tax money is currently going to?
So Kim, we're going to go through some slides. This was with proposed increases. There was a loss with the leagues last year. There was a loss at Dog Park last year. These numbers are with proposed increases.
Okay.
And going back to so like use a dog park as an example. We were operating as a loss last year. Is that what you said?
For what? When
Dog park?
yeah.
Okay.
I think it was about a $2,500 loss.
And so that was fees still operating at a loss, but we're not even encompassing the fact that we may need to replace some of the fence 5 years down the road. 10 years
Or
down.
even if we were to need to replace the scan system
Okay.
or cameras, which we actually do need to replace.
pave the parking lot.
Or pave the parking lot.
I
So-
guess my proposal would be for us to take a look at each of the different things for the fees. Are we encompassing future expenses? And if not, then that's not, I don't consider it like we're making revenue. I think we're increasing it to what should be as a responsible, like if I have a home, like I know my roof needs replaced in 20 to 30 years. So like, I can't go, oh my gosh, $10,000 to replace a roof. How did this happen? We all know that that's going to happen. So if we can incorporate those into the fees, at least in part, I don't think we're looking at it from that angle right now. And I think that might be one of the things the board is asking us to do. But I don't think that gets us where we need to be in the long run. That solves maybe 30% of the solution or whatever, but then there still is, we're operating with our hands behind our back because we haven't done this routine maintenance for all these things and the millage hasn't been increased. So I think there has to be both components of that to get to where we need to be, at least in my mind. But
In that dog park example, we ran a $2,500 deficit last year roughly. Was that because the fees went up and we lost participants, or had we been operating at break even before that?
It depends on what fee, but the expenses have grown over time too. So that's really why we didn't break even. We haven't, for instance, league fees, we haven't increased them. I know as long as I've been here, and I couldn't find the last time that they were increased.
And again, Dennis, it could be, let's say, I go back to the tree thing. It could be 4 trees fell at the dog park and all of a sudden, there's expenses associated with cleaning them up that wasn't anticipated. It could have been, look, the number of memberships didn't increase as much as budgeted. And therefore, even though they still have to cut the grass the same amount of times, replace the dog bags for the poop bags and et cetera. So, that's a minor one that can be adjusted. But I think to Rob's point, like, let's say the pool, we know we've got potentially, $500,000, $700,000 in capital expenditure. I don't think there's a way we can assess those fees on the pool members. Like they would just become, in a cost that would be that no one would join, because it would just be, if you had to put an assessment on the pool members, future, like current members, to pay for past work that just never was budgeted, right?
I see Brody's hand is up, but before.
Yeah, I think he was going to probably go ahead, Mike.
Before Mike does that, can I just close the the thought around this dog park example that was being talked about. So I guess we don't know whether or not like a deficit was because of we hit the tipping point with the fee and the balance of, maximizing the township use of it against the fee. I don't know how we actually do that without trial and error, unless someone's got a crystal ball and says if you raise something 20%, one of the fees you're going to drop this much in participants. That's going to be probably a shotgun guess, no matter what we do. We also, if millage or other things haven't accounted for inflation over the years, and we just went through one of the biggest inflationary periods in the country's history, and I can't imagine inflation didn't affect salaries and on the staffing in town and everything else. So I can't imagine why we are thinking that we could stay immune to inflationary forces when everywhere else in the world's dealing with it, and we haven't as a township.
So just to,
Mike's got his hand up.
Okay.
Mike's got his little hand up. So Mike.
Did you want to say something, Monica? You can go first. You want to?
Doug asked a question, when was the last time the millage was increased? It was increased, it was at 1.28 in 2016, increased to 2.08 in 2017. And then in 2018, it was raised to 2.43. In 2019, it was increased to 2.67 and then reduced in 2020 to back to 2.43. And it has remained at 2.43 ever since. Last 4 years.
Thank you. So I just really wanted to say that I think the idea of raising fees and having extra bank built into the other expenses of Park and Rec is a really important thing for us to do. I think just because it's never been done in the past doesn't mean we shouldn't tackle that hard to accomplish goal. At the same time, I really think that as a board, before we even head down the details of those, we have to decide, like, do we agree that there should be a millage? I mean, I personally feel very strongly that there has to be a millage increase to some extent. It's been said over and over and over that for years, these assets have not been maintained. And the notion that all of a sudden we're only going to tax, because although we wouldn't be raising millage by raising fees, it's a tax. It will be paid. If you look at athletics, that's going to be families with kids, homes with kids. If you look at summer camp, that's home with kids. If you look at pool increases, that's homes with kids. I assume dog parks is mixed. Pickleball is probably the main thing, and probably to some extent the community center are the main things that aren't kid driven. So all of a sudden you're going to have this situation where we're raising all these fees on, and every single, I know for me, like every single thing that they talked about in the meeting, my family would pay an extra fee for now, like every single thing that we use in the township. And so we just approved this play for all. We say that as a community, we've underfunded, and now we're going to and now based off the meeting, it sounded like they wanted the focus of any makeup that is accomplished, not a full makeup, but any makeup that is accomplished, not to be through the full community, but just through those user groups that pay. And we just approved this plan that said, hey, it's not fair. Like soccer gets too much, football gets too much, baseball gets too much. Now we're only going to charge them, but we're going to approve pay for all. Me personally, I feel like we need to stand strong and support the millage increase that we need to fully fund our programs. And I think we need to look at our fees and go back and revisit some of those ones where we said last time, hey, summer camp, I think we can make some more money off that to offset some of our other costs. So I fully support a fee assessment, but I personally have a very, very strong issue with if this board doesn't support a millage increase. And so I think we should consider, at least in terms of the conversation, like kind of have that philosophical conversation, see if we agree. If we agree, great, then let's agree on millage, and then let's look at the numbers and see where we can make some cuts and meet in the middle. But But if we as a group think that there shouldn't be a millage and that we should only be adjusting fees, I personally would have a big problem with that. I don't think that fits the model that we've just put in place over the course of the last 2.5 years, 3 years of getting TAPRA. It'd be one thing if we were always funding things, but to say, oh no, we can't charge all these other families that aren't using it. It's like, really? Well, most of these people have lived here for 30 years and weren't supporting these infrastructure the way they should have been then. And so respectfully, I don't feel like I should have to pay for that fully out of my pocket. Play for all, pay for all.
I agree with you. I think it needs to be a combination. Some things are undervalued, some things are already maybe too high, and then the rest goes to an overall increase.
And get to let's skip this. We've seen this before in terms of recouping our fees, right?
Yep, but Mike Lundy did ask, I believe it was Mike Lundy asked the question, if I took the pool out and we just looked at Parks and Rec, we recouped 28%. I mean, 31%, 28% was Middletown. Middletown Township does 28%. And Bucks County, including their pool, is 41% recouping fees. So I just wanted to add that.
So we recouped 53%.
We recoup with our pool 53%, yes.
All right.
So we recoup 53% on like staff, all of that. We're not putting in that we've got $500,000 filter that's going to be needing to.
Our operational expenses.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we had in the past been putting that into our equation and saying, all right, for every 10 years, we're going to have to replace X amount for the pool, then that 53% probably is a lot less.
Right.
All right, so let's talk pool. I think some of these were discussed at the last meeting, right? But I don't, are you gonna drive or no? Okay. No, you're I know Monica talked about a Flex Pass membership, which would give residents the opportunity to bring guests at any time. Discount fees, I want us to think about, is there a different way to recoup discount fees, or do we want to keep them as part of the option? In 2023, we gave back, or we didn't earn about $92,000 in discount fees. In 2022, it was worth to the township about $78,000. One thing that Monica had suggested was offering a straight change to a 10% discount rather than a straight $15 or $20. One idea that I brought up the last time that I also would think we might want to consider is, do we offer any discount, right? And the reason I bring that up is, the pool has value. People go to the pool and sign up because it's a good value, and their friends are there. And again, it's a social place to go, and it's a good place to go and swim. But do we need to offer a discount? Are they going to go somewhere else? Are they going to go to the NAC? Are they going to go to Falls Township or Brookside? If not, are there other ways we can encourage them to sign up early? One idea is, can we offer them maybe, a 1-day pass and which is worth X. And the reason I bring this up is that $100,000 discount that we've been giving away would come right back into the budget, and that would continue then years moving forward. So I want to open that up and maybe potential other ideas to generate some revenue. I know Monica talked about a membership discount for military, veterans, police, etc. Also, another way that we could generate some additional money up front was that, $100 10 pass deal, that would be, what is that, a 50% discount? Right? Is it $20? Right? That could be offered as an incentive up front to sign up early. So these are in swim lesson fees increased by 10%. Another thing that's not on here is the swim team. I think last year they were being charged to cover the expected labor. I think somebody brought up about labor costs going up, so I expect that we would reflect that increase to the swim team. So these are just some ideas. I'd like to get some thoughts from you in terms of ways to look at closing the gap in terms of the revenue, since this was an area where we had a bigger gap in terms of the cost and revenue stream. Thoughts?
Let me raise my hand. I don't know about the Flex Pass. I think we need to look at that more closely. I do think that we should have a discount. Now, maybe the discount is, we're going to increase prices for 2024, but you can pay the 2023 price, up until March. Maybe that's one way of handling it. I don't like the 10 passes for $100. I don't like it because I think that we might convert people who are paying for a membership into just buying a book of passes. Last year, 2022, we had 7,000 members and we had 74 or 75,000 people swipe. So that's an average usage of 10 times a year you're going to the pool. So that's why I think that, a 10 pass deal might change a 190 membership into a $100 membership.
But you can only
Well-
buy the 10 passes if you're a member, right? So
Correct.
it would be
That's
instead
correct.
of.
Right. So if my wife and I were going to join the pool, it'd be 190 for me, 190 for her. But if we're only going to go 10 times, why wouldn't I just buy 190 for me and then buy a book of 10 passes, and then my wife could just go for, $100 rather than paying the 190. That's what that's what I would be concerned about. Also, I don't like removing a caregiver pass. I don't think it costs that much. I think it's a real value to people that have a caregiver. I don't know what the numbers were for 2023 in terms of how many people bought a caregiver pass. Do you know what that is, Monica?
Well, I can't look it up right now with the slides open, so
Okay.
I'll be able to look it up in a few minutes. So,
I mean, it looks like it's, I'm looking at your, the book that you published for like the year in review, and it's a very, very small amount. It doesn't tell me the number.
it's very small, and many people opted just to get a membership because the caregivers were thinking they were able to use the pool outside of, the time that they're watching the children. And that's the caregiver pass is limited to only when you're with the children.
It is. And they're not, but so is that what the confusion is? Is that they were trying to come in without the kids?
That's part of it. We had some trouble with that this last year. So then people would come back and just upgrade their caregiver pass to a membership pass.
I never,
How much was the caregiver pass?
Oh,
145.
Okay.
thank you. Thank you, Michael.
But now the caregiver, if you got rid of the caregiver but added the flex pass, someone could buy the flex pass and the caregiver could use that.
The caregiver could either use that, but then the kids wouldn't have memberships, or you could just buy a single pass for the caregiver. I think I want to say around 200. How much was it? $180 for a caregiver pass?
It's,
Or people could
a regular pass.
they could
a
use
regular
the 10.
membership. A regular
$10.
membership is
What was it, Michael?
190 is a regular membership, and a non-resident is 250.
And how much was it for the caregiver? Do you have that in front of you?
145.
So for a $50 increase, they could have unlimited access to the pool.
Yeah, I just think it
I
would
know.
make sense if we knew what the number was. You know, it's in terms of like how many people had a caregiver.
It was nominal. A lot of them upgraded anyway. I don't have it here either because we took it off. So this is the fees with a 12% increase as, that's kind of what we were looking at as a reasonable increase for the pool. So that's kind of initially what we were proposing. It's up for discussion to the board. You know, our pool is different to other local pools in the fact that we have many other amenities. We have heated pools, we have slides, we have high dive. Not necessarily comparable, but I would say it's high for a community pool. What were you going to say, Michael? Brody?
Board of Supervisors seemed interested in putting as much onto non-residents as possible, relatively speaking. Again, I don't think trying to lose business, but they were cognizant that the overall vibe I got from the meeting, Mike, Doug, tell me if you disagree, but the overall vibe I got was being more willing to go after to charge more to non-residents than residents.
One thing I want to point out with that too, that's fine, of course. But for DCNR funding for projects, your non-resident cannot be more than double the resident fee.
Well, in this instance, though, none of our non-residents are double, right?
No, but if
Right.
you're getting
No.
into,
No, so,
Raising.
but if we wanted to raise it, 12% for residents and 18% or 20% for non-residents, we have that headroom to do that.
you have room to do that.
Yeah.
I kind of think that the pool, resident, non-resident, you wouldn't want to price the non-resident out of joining the pool. But, some of the other areas where there's non-residents usage, the feeling might be, and this isn't me talking, I just think the feeling might be that, for example, in the sports, that, maybe our maintenance needs wouldn't be so great if we had fewer non-residents participate. And does that make sense?
It does. I personally think for a huge league like YMS, it could feel like that won't have an impact. But when you get down to the smaller sports that need more kids, and even the older age groups, you get to a point where
You got to have outsiders to come in.
You need to have
a team.
Yeah. Can we just
like last year?
Can we just stick to the pool? Can we just stick to the
Yeah.
pool and not digress over to user fees? So, I mean, unless you want to be consistent, meaning that the spread from resident to non-resident is going to be consistent across, all categories. But if they're going to be different, then let's just stick with the pool, and we'll get to user fees. Only get to user fees. So,
Do we think the elimination of the discount would make a difference in terms of membership number? That sounds like a significant chunk, though. You mentioned about $100,000.
Well, to be honest, the elimination of the discount would then make the fee increase much greater for them, those who take advantage of the discount. So, maybe consider decreasing the 12%.
Yeah, I mean, the way I looked at it, Dennis, was kind of, look, the pool has value, right? So if people are, if people are signing up, not because we give them a discount, they're signing up because the pool is what it is, right? So that money comes back into the budget. We don't have to give it away every year. And we can be creative and look at other ways to incentivize people to sign up early, right? To lock in their membership, not create a backlog when it gets close to Memorial Day, and Monica's staff is like bogged down to try to get people their pool passes, right? But I think, again, one of the suggestions is there something else we could offer to motivate people to sign up early, right? And is it strictly at $15, or can we do something different but keep those fees in our budget, right?
I love the idea of the discount not being a monetary discount, because that 100,000 is a huge amount of money. But if it's an equal amount of money in a guest pass, I think that's really smart, because it also then is giving people that normally may not bring a guest pass, who are now bringing a guest who maybe wouldn't have gone to the pool to begin with, and now they like it and they join.
And again, my thinking was that, again, the messaging. So if we're doing 12%, but it's only going to be 5 or something less, I think it's how that's communicated, right? Because if they're paying 12%, but you're still giving a discount, we're just, it's how it's messaged and how it's structured. So all we're doing is raising fees, but then giving X of it back anyway. So, what are the ways that we can creatively still motivate people to sign up, but not give all that revenue back? I mean, the guest pass was one idea. I mean, that's a $20 value, right? Per pass. So each family could get one pass, right? There might be other, we talked about other discounts, like whether we keep the $100 for 10, that could be only for the first 1,000 members. So it doesn't have to be available to everybody. It could be another motivator to get people to sign up early. First 1,000 members can have, can get this discount pass. So there's different things they can do differently to motivate people to sign up, right?
There's actually one pool we discovered today that they do you get entered in a raffle to have an assigned parking spot in front of the pool if you're an early registrant.
Yeah, you could do a pool member of the month spot, there's.
The 12% increase in fees, that was to get us to what we believed was break even.
No, it still didn't make us break even. But we'd have to go, it was, I think, a 30% increase in order to break even.
And that's just on operating expenses, not on, are you including some of the maintenance that's gonna be required, like the filter that's coming up and all that?
Large regular maintenance, like the painting of the pool, which is anticipated to be about $140,000 next year. That was included, but no, regular capital improvement was not incorporated into that fee structure.
Is there a way, just with like the pool, but then other things when we're talking about the fee increase? Again, I go back, I think it has to be a combination of fees and the millage, but is there a way moving forward where we say, all right, the operating expenses would equate to, I don't know what we were going to charge with pickleball. Was it like $50 or something like that? Are we able to say, all right, let's put a 3% increase on that moving forward, that would encompass capital projects that would need to be done to try and catch up to our maintenance thing? And can we do that like across the board, whether it be 3%, 4%, 5%, and just use that as our rationale. This is our, break even number of $50, but that's not dealing with, that we have to repave the, basketball courts every 5 years or whatever. So if we do that on a user fee basis of X amount, we could do it across the board. And then also go back to the supervisors and say, all right, that gets us a chunk of it, but the other chunk needs to be filled up with the millage. And then we're getting all of our things that we need done, not only today, but we're investing in the future.
I mean, we can say that. Unfortunately, in government, in this municipality, you have to, everything has to be approved year by year. So we can say.
No, but I mean, like if we say, this is our recommendation, in order to break even on, and I use pickleball just because it's a set thing. It's not like YMS has several fields. They got different things that they're using, and we've got all the maintenance costs of cutting things and everything like that. But let's say pickleball. So we just built all these pickleball courts over Memorial Park or whatever. We have other pickleball things. What we're doing right now is we're only charging user fees that pay for things like the balls, the things, and some other things. And in our thought process, that user fee doesn't include that we're going to have to restripe, repave that pickleball court somewhere down the line, whether it be 5 years, 10 years, or whatever. And we're not capturing any money right now to basically bank for that in the future. We're not saving away, correct?
No. And pickleball is also tricky in the fact that it is open to the public a lot of the time.
Right. I mean, that's
not
why I'm
just
saying, like, I
users.
think there needs to be the millage part because that's the open to all the public, but
Yeah.
then that's getting double usage because pickleball players are part of it. They're the ones doing it. So I think that captures both of the things that are being used by different groups or whatever, with one paying for their part of it and then, the community paying for the other. Right now, we're not capturing that, I think, in the user fee. And the other thing we're not capturing is with the millage, when that got decreased, we're not capturing that at all. So that's why we're running at a deficit. So is there like a standard across the board of, all right, if user fees are $50, Park and Recs facilities across the nation say maintenance is going to cost 5%, or is there like an accounting principle that we could use?
There probably is some accounting principle for a
Okay.
standard operation. So I could look for that. I don't have that in front of me now.
Because I'm thinking moving forward, then we could say, all right, our operating costs for, pickleball are 30,000. Here's the fees that are capturing that. That would be X amount of dollars per thing if we have this many people. On top of that, then we're going to charge an additional 5% on the fee to capture any future expenditures.
I want to get the pool done. I don't want to kind of digress again to a different scenario, but those expenses can vary year to year. Memberships can change year to year, and we have to prove the numbers year to year with the board. So,
But what I'm
so
saying is if we, right
all of a
now, we're
sudden
not
1 year,
capturing.
right? I get that, but that's where I think the township has to make a determination where how much of that is going to come from just general fund and capital projects. Because if you get an expense that shows up in the pool 1 year and it's a $500,000 project, what are you going to do next year? And you're going to tell people next year you're going to have a 15% assessment to cover plan. Your membership's going to decrease and you're going to have no pool. So I think we just have to be mindful of like what that assessment, because if it's going to vary, right? Pickleball court, okay, that's one scenario, but there are exceptions with every field, every park, and the pool is the one that's like in this instance here, it's membership driven. So there is no public that's using it, right? So every expenditure there is strictly membership driven, and which is what we're trying to solve for here, right? If there's a $150,000 in painting and a filter that's a $400,000 that's going to need to be replaced. That's a pretty big assessment that, like, if you're never going to get all the way there to get to that. And if something else comes up, like, you're just going to assess these members to a point where they're just going to not join, right? Because the fees are going to become just a barrier to participation. And so we have to be that's like, you're going to take 12% increase just in labor or general operating, and then another 5%, you know, just for an assessment to potentially capture year over year. But if something else comes up, like, all of a sudden you got another, like, this year it's going to be another 10 or 15%. And
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, moving forward, we have that as our fee structure, that if there's a norm across the thing, like, it's 5%, it's almost like putting in a savings account. And so each of these fees we may not get anything in 2 years. We would hope that we wouldn't have to pay that, but then right now we're not capturing it all. So what we're doing is exactly what you don't want to happen is 2 years down the road, we have a huge expenditure, and then we're sitting there going, all right, we got to increase it by 15%. And then those people are like, hey, I don't want to be long part of this or whatever. While the last 2 years, those are people that were paying that fee and using it all, and got to the point where we needed the maintenance, and now they are not having to pay for it.
no, I understand that you're looking for an assessment, an additional tax over and above your operating expenses. And
Is
to be
there
able to
ever a scenario where instead of an assessment, you almost made some kind of fun thing about it, where there's like a summer long 50-50 that people participate in, and that money raised in the 50-50 goes towards that expense?
You can't do a 50-50 unless
Well, we
it's
can't.
a organization that has that license. So
So, but what you could do is, you know, we could have a big, you know, fundraising effort for something specific, like Kids Kingdom is coming up. To replace Kids Kingdom with a modern playground, it'd probably be in $2 million, of $1.5 to $2 million, the size of Kids Kingdom. It's a big project. You know, that might be something that you do some kind of big capital campaign for. Some people even hire someone to do the capital campaign. And you could do that. There's an example, Lions Pride Park. You can Google it. It's a park similar in size to Kids Kingdom. It was a community-driven effort, all fundraised and paid for primarily, or the Lions Club was the one who, you know, put on the capital campaign.
Didn't we kind of do that with the dog park?
What was that?
We kind of do that with the dog park. We had the dog committee raise some money to help get that started.
correct, we did.
Mike doesn't think so. I don't think that. He thinks head no.
My recollection or anecdotally, well, I don't think that a lot of it was raised, the money. But let's talk about the pool fees. So like the other consideration with this, Monica, it'd be helpful to know what was the membership last year and what was it in 2022, and what was the revenue generated from each of the categories. I think a lot of people hit 62, and the 190 membership turned into a $90 membership because they became a senior in 2023. So I don't know how that impacts this scenario for 2024.
Well, that will continue to happen, just as, you know, adults would become 14 years and older, or kids would become 14 years and older, probably at the same rate.
But do we know what do we know what it is? Do we know what the 2022 versus 2023 change was.
I mean, yeah, I can pull it all up for you. I can't pull it for you right now, but I can get it all the year to year. Actually, I have the year to year. I just can't pull it up for you right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the other hard part, Mike, was that you had still residual COVID. So usually you're doing your comparisons to 2019, given that we still had kind of COVID transitional. So people were still not necessarily fully back to bright in terms of attending the pool and renewing their memberships.
Yeah.
I mean, and clearly these fees are based on Monica's projection of the membership. So again, if we don't feel comfortable that the 12% increase in fees is going to give us enough cushion and any other fees or scenarios where we can raise revenue, then again, we need to make a recommendation to the board. Because this 12% is based on whatever Monica's assumptions are in terms of membership. And by segment, right? And each year there's going to be some shifts between, each of the different buckets, but all in all, and if we feel that 12% is max in terms of where we can go, then we need to make that proposal. If you think there's more room in the rate increase from a non-resident perspective, then let's make that recommendation. If we, want to eliminate discount fees and think of a different way to offer an incentive to sign up, like there's different ways to skin a cat, but we need to put together a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. We can go around in circles and talk about this, but we really need to lock this in. And
I'll make a recommendation. I'll make a recommendation for the pool that we change that we get rid of the discount for early. We change it to, Monica, how many people usually sign up early? How many families usually sign up early?
Probably over half of the families.
Great. So whatever that number is that we'd offer a one guest pass to each family.
First 5,000 members.
And I would propose a 12% increase over 2 years, that we do 6% this year, 12% next year.
Well, we can't set next year's fees now.
Very good.
So if we offered one guest pass, I just want some clarity. Would it be one guest pass per person since they're individual memberships, or one guest pass per
member?
Per member?
Well, if a member only signs up as an individual, they get one. If a family signs up, they only get one, right?
They don't
I
sign up
think
as
a
a
family signs
Oh.
up, it should be because the discount would have been per person. So
Right.
the pass should be per person.
Well, that's
Then
more,
the discount's like $80 versus.
yeah, that's more than what
How
what
much
it
would
is
have they
now.
gotten
It
for
was $15 off during discount period
per person? Okay, so
person.
that's an extra 20, but the passes sometimes get lost, but the revenue.
Well,
you get
yeah,
the
it's like a
revenue.
coupon. The pass isn't always going to be redeemed. It's going to sit in a drawer, and
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I would give out a paper pass certificate with that.
Is anybody, Michael, so it's just a straight 6%? Did you have any changes to the non-resident, or leave it as stated? Same ratio?
I would, whatever 6% is on a resident, non-resident would be double the resident. I'm not going to do the math on that.
That's too much.
Double the fee or double the increase? Like if 6%, you want a 12% increase, or are you just saying if it's whatever the dollar amount is?
The dollar amount. If it's a $20 increase,
that's a big jump.
I don't have a strong opinion on that. No. If we're getting rid of the early, can non-residents sign up early? Has that always been a thing? Could non-residents sign up early?
I asked Monica, what signups are non-residents?
Non-residents, could they sign up early?
Last
Yeah.
year,
Yes.
for
Can they?
the last 2 years, yes.
Yes, they
Before
can.
that, they couldn't
But
sign up.
how many of our members, our pool members, are non-residents? What proportion?
Oh,
roughly.
I had that today. I pulled it out.
Yeah, I mean, is it 25%?
It's a third.
Yeah, it's about a third.
Okay, so
All right, I'll keep it easy. I'll say 6% and and the pass and keep across the board. That's my proposal.
All right, so we got a motion on the table for no discount period, remove the discount period, offer one free guest pass per person, and a 6% increase in fees across both resident and non-resident.
I'd like to hear other proposals before we vote on this, but
Can you go back to the prior slide for like the topics to discuss? Because I think there were some other ones in there to talk about.
Well, the
I mean-
flex pass and the disc, yeah, there's a couple other things.
Well, let's do the easy. Does anybody have a major objection to the military one, or are people generally speaking okay with the military one, the military family with proper identification, gets 10% discount?
Absolutely.
Fine.
So I think it's just military, Monica. It's not police and fire and,
Well, fire already
think-
gets free passes.
right. So
Um,
this would just be for the military and their families.
Military and their families.
I think that's great.
So
Great. So we agree on that.
we have
So we'll
individual
put-
memberships, correct? So just
but can I just?
for your standpoint, logistical for your staff, what is a family consider, like the 10% if it's a military or veteran family? Is
I would say
that-
household, like
Does it
same.
have to be in the household? Like, I mean, I think we're making things difficult for Monica and her staff about, I think it's a great idea, just like, how are we going to encompass that?
Well, they have to live in the same household. So they give us their license, they give us. proof
Okay.
of- I was a military family. And generally speaking, when you do a military discount, it goes to the family serves as much as, the soldier. So, yeah, makes it, but 10% is 10%. So we just. Not 10%.
Logistically, Monica, you're able to, you can apply that to the people who join who are,
Within that, yeah, within the family member, we can add a 10%. We'd have to do it manually and in person, but we could do that.
Hey, Brody, were you suggesting 6% because we're taking the discount away? Because we were proposing 12% originally.
Yeah, but in fairness, it doesn't make a ton of sense if we're still giving away because the guest. I was thinking about I was thinking of the guest pass as a $10 charge, but technically you're losing $15 on the guest pass. How do we value a guest pass? Do we value that as $15?
No, but you were saying do it. I know you said propose 6% or 12% over 2 years, 6% this year. I know we can't set next year,
Yeah.
but that desire to propose 6% instead of 12%, what was driving that? Why did you?
I was thinking because the discount's going away, but the reality is that we're giving the same value in a discount in the guest pass. I guess I don't view a guest pass as a full value.
I don't
So
either.
I guess.
Yeah.
So I guess I was viewing it as I'm taking out of people's pockets 10%, a discount that's going to go in perpetuity, meaning that discount is going to be gone forever. But we're going to raise prices again at some point.
So,
I was doing a smaller increase this year, knowing that at some point, even if it's not next year, it's going to, there's going to be another increase coming. So I guess
Michael, can you
I was-
just finish your motion so we can get that done, get it seconded, and then we can have discussion?
Would you mind
Sure.
re-clarifying it for
I'll
Janelle
go through
start
the
from
motion.
scratch? Yeah, thank you.
No, that's good. Leave it on this page if we could. I'm going to propose a pool fee structure as such. Flex Pass membership, 500 resident, 550 non-resident. Discount window changes from current discount plan to one guest pass per member for the first 1,000 members. Whatever, Monica, you'll update that number, please. based off, essentially the number of people that signed up last year.
Okay.
Military discount for families with valid identification, 10%. I guess I'll say, because it's on there, remove the caregiver pass. And
You have the fee increase, right?
yeah, and then the fee increase. Well, I'll start a conversation. I'll say 6%, but I'm not sure I think it should probably be higher. No, I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to say 6%. 6%.
All right,
That's
all
my
right. So Michael Brody has provided a motion of removing the discount period of a cash discount and instead offer up a free pass to each member for the first 4,000 members. In the discount in that period, military discount of a 10% to military families, flex pass of $500, and what was it, $550 for a non-resident, fee increase of 10% of 6% across both resident and non-resident members. I hear a second.
I'll second it for the purpose of discussion.
All right, Michael Lundy seconds it. We have any discussions?
Yes. What's the total impact of that proposal?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't vote on something. I don't see how we can possibly vote on that if we don't know what the impact is.
Exactly.
Well, the impact of 12% was about 100,000. So I would say the impact of 6% is 50,000 plus the 100,000 you regain from not having the discount.
So it'd be a rough net increase of potentially 50,000.
Well, 150,000.
Yeah, you said the
Because you're taking away the discount too.
12% was
100.
100.
But that all
6%, it would be 50, and you're getting 100 back, so it's
Yeah.
net 50
But Monica, you're assuming there's no change to membership as a result of these.
or net
rates.
100.
Yeah, yes, assuming that the membership remains the same.
I don't know if that's fair.
145. No.
And whatever value you assign to the guest pass is being given in lieu of the discount.
Right.
Right.
So there might be a decrease of pass, right? Somebody, I don't know how many passes were sold last year in total.
So on the
2,000.
flip side, there could be an increase then of members of people who use the guest pass and enjoy the facilities. That's hard to weigh.
Well, here's the question. Monica, I know you like to get that initial kick of signups. Does it need to be such a big kick? You give out 500?
Well, I think that's the key, Brody. Monica should pick the number that leaves her with her staff with a manageable amount to deal with on Memorial Day, right? If it's, if you discount everybody, there's no rush on Memorial Day. If you discount too few, she's going to still deal with a rush. No, she has to figure out what the right level is to eliminate the rush, because that was one of the benefits to the staff of having the discount period.
I also think something very key with the guest pass for the discount period will be to identify it different than a purchased guest pass, so you know how much that's being redeemed.
Good point.
Good idea. So my math was, so it was like $140,000 in potential increased revenue with the 6% being increased, assuming the membership numbers Monica's projected remain the same, and we remove the discount, that would be about $140,000. Less any discount from the guest pass, right? So
I'd like to discuss the alternatives to a guest pass that would have even smaller cost impact. Like Monica, you had said you'd heard some other township doing preferred parking or something, drawing for preferred parking without zero cost.
it was about preferred parking or instead of, but I don't know logistically how.
I mean, that wouldn't be for everybody. It's entering a raffle for preferred. I mean, we could do that
Right.
in also. I mean, we could do that also to encourage
Well, why
people.
not instead of?
Well, because it would only be one person or two people impacted, a few people.
And so many spots you're gonna offer up. There's not that much parking there. Then you have to have somebody that like
So,
monitors the parking, so nobody doesn't take your preferred spot.
so in the spirit of being creative, as I think we are challenged to do, what if we charge for parking?
Well, that would have a staffing cost associated with it too. So I'm not sure that it would help with your revenue. Someone would have to man the parking lot.
Are there other things at the pool that people need that we don't like? We don't rent out anything at the pool, right? For
No,
Great.
the staff actually had discussed open a merchandise store at one point. That might, you know, we always get asked, do we have t-shirts or do we have a hat or do we have a towel? We had talked about that, but that never came to fruition.
Are there any other, so we got parking potentially, any other incentives to get people to sign up early? Are there any other things that we don't have a priority opening, right? We don't have early bird, like, you know, how Disney gets, you come in and you're on park, you can get into the park, get into the pool early, like you don't have,
We don't have room to change that.
right? Because it's already,
I can't.
like, can't get people in early or extended hours, right? We don't have an extended hour opportunity like people would pay for. No,
I mean, we'd have to extend to 10 o'clock at night or 4 o'clock in the morning.
yeah.
Parking an issue at the pool?
So I don't know that a guest pass is enough to give people an incentive to sign up in, you know, January, February, March. You know, right, if family of 4 last year, they would save $60 to do the registration early.
But that same family of 4 now is gonna get 4 guest passes, and if they have grandparents or someone that lives locally, they could see, I mean, I'm thinking for myself, I would think, well, we, you know, we could have the grandparents come, you know, 2 days. I think there's value in that.
Is that what we decided? That it would be 1 guest pass per? I didn't think that was the motion. The motion is 1 guest pass per person?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. So a guest pass is $20. So they would save 80 now.
But it's
That's-
not like a concrete, they're not, that's assuming they're all gonna be redeemed 100%, and they're not. But it's a
Usually when you have
perceived
like
value.
usually when you, a giveaway has like anytime you get like a giveaway, you know, it's a non-cash value. You know, even though it can be redeemed and there's
Yep. Yep.
it is enough.
No more cost for us.
Yeah.
Other than,
I don't know. I'm just trying to be. I don't think it's perfect. And to everybody's point of like, am I throwing a dart at the board? Yeah, absolutely. You know, but I guess I'm trying to meet in the middle of bringing in some additional fees in some way.
So I just got a text about a possible idea of paying for preferred seating or paying for like chairs. I thought I'd bring it to you as a resident texted me.
Isn't that just more work?
Yes.
like a reserve section. Yeah.
Yeah, potentially more work.
I applaud the creativity. I mean, that,
Yeah, I don't.
I like
I
the
don't think
idea.
stuff to be thinking about. If we're in as dire straits as it sounds.
I think as somebody who would probably pay for preferred seating, it really would break up the community nature of the pool.
The haves and the have-nots. I mean, it's something you could test, but I don't know if it's gonna be I mean, if you want to test it, I'm not opposed to implementing a test next year to consider, is that something that the
What do you do?
members would pay for, right?
What do you do when somebody's in your chair? Who tells them to get out? How do you
I
know?
don't feel like that.
I imagine that would be staff.
And how do
I
you
mean-
know that, is their chair?
Well, that would be logistics we'd
When
have
you
to
go to
look
the
at.
resorts down in Florida or the Caribbean, you go online and you book your you book your chair, and so you don't have to stand in line at 6 a.m. to get it. But I don't think that's the pool, and I don't think that's who we are. But
I
it's-
never had that experience.
so, but if it's
Well, we
something-
can go test it. What do you say?
yeah, if you want to test it and see if that is something that people would pay for, I'm not opposed to that. But all right, so we've got a proposal and a motion on the board. Any other discussions? Do we have any public comment?
I still am going back, even with the 6%, I don't think that gets us to where we need with the maintenance costs, so, but that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah,
And we know
I
that-
think it's.
We know
I
we
think-
got 500,000 coming down the pipe or whatever. So I thought the 12% increase, I get that we're getting rid of the discount period, but if that was just to have us break even and we're not focusing in on what's gonna keep us afloat for the coming years, and I think we need to increase some things. I would propose something like 10% with getting rid of the discount so that we have some additional funds to pay for the painting. I mean, at some point we have to make a determination as I think a community, the pool is a large expenditure. And if we're not going to invest in the maintenance and all of that, then it needs to be a commitment by the supervisors and the community that this is something that gets paid for. If not, then it doesn't do us any good to sit here and nickel and dime about, all right, let's give a pass here or there or whatever, when we've got a huge expenditure coming down the pipe. So either we're willing to pay for it or we're not. And I don't think 6% does it. I don't think dropping the discount does. I think it needs to be a little bit more, so.
Yeah, I have a comment on that too. A question actually. So Monica, with the proposed, Lori Gray, I'm sorry, don't remember from the last time I spoke, or perhaps from the last meeting we were at. I don't know.
That was just an hour ago. That's okay.
Right. And it seems so short. But with what's the motion is, are you saying that gets us to break even?
No, it still doesn't get us.
Okay.
Even 10% wouldn't get us to break even
Okay,
right
so
now, because we have some makeup to do also.
So do we know what deficit we are running at for the pool and what it would take to get us to break even, much less what it would take to get us to start our capital improvement fund, which we need to do on every single project. I totally agree with that. And you got to bite the bullet at some point, because we've just been kicking the can down the road. How many years now? I don't know. I've lived here 20, so I don't know how many years we've been doing that, but
It's a tricky question. We probably need to increase the fees as they are by 30% with that would be a very high fee. So then the loss of membership could be too great that we
it
still can't
offsets what you were
sustain.
hoping in entire. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
So there's
kind of
a
the data you need
balance.
to look at and analyze, right? To
Mhm.
really know where you, again, I think somebody said, are we just throwing something at a dartboard? And
No,
hoping it
definitely not
sticks.
throwing something at.
No, but
dartboard.
you know what I,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying,
Mhm.
so I just, again, I mean, I took part, or I listened to the Board of Supervisors meeting as well about the budget. So I just, my concern is you're going to go back to them with this, and what is it going to gain you? Is it something they're really going to buy into. I don't know. And I think you can have that argument with every line item in the budget that you have, right? I mean, you need to know, where are you today? Are you at a break even? Are you at a negative? Are you at a positive? What's it going to take you to get to break even? And then again, where are you going to go to get your capital improvement fund, which again, I think is
So
where we need to
generally
go.
speaking, many municipalities don't use membership to cover capital improvement for a pool. A municipality would then cover that in another way. However, they cover their some waste management money or whatever, for us, it would be a brush over from the Park and Rec Fund. But that's not how we've operated historically, but we're at a place now that we need, or the township needs to make the decision. How do you want to do these? We're coming at a place where the pool is very old, that the infrastructure is aging. There's going to be a lot of replacements coming up in the near future. And, how do you want to move forward with this?
Okay, and that's fine. I mean, it's conversation now, it's just discussion, but we know even with what was with the motion is on the table, that we're still going to run into deficit at this line item in the budget with no money set aside for capital improvement. That's all I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. And I think I am. Is that correct?
Yeah, there'd
Okay.
still be a deficit.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Lori. Do we have any other comments on the line?
There's no public comment online.
All right. Do we have any other comments from the board or questions?
So what's the intent? You're going to take a vote on this and then
Yes, we're going to take a vote if there's no other questions.
but post the vote,
I'd be-
the other proposals that are going to be discussed?
Well, if we can vote on this one, if you don't want to pass this one, then we could.
So my point is, if there's a minority of dissenters, does it still pass? And you don't have more proposals discussed, or does it have to be unanimous?
Or you could make an amendment to the current, the maker of the motion can make an amendment and the
Sure.
seconder can accept.
Dennis,
Dennis,
let me help
before we
you.
vote on this, I would just suggest we entertain more than one proposal. That's all I'm saying.
So let me ask this. Dennis, Mike, and Rob's made it clear he thinks that he'd like it to go higher. I'd be willing to. I'm fine with going a little higher. Maybe I'd meet him in the middle, go to like 9% or something. Mike, Dennis, what are your concerns? Let's figure out what the concerns are. See if we want to bend or do a vote and move on.
Well, go ahead, Mike.
I mean, I wouldn't vote for this. I would like to take a look at that senior membership. It's $73. I think that's a real bargain for $73. It's 66 if there's a discount. If there's not a discount, it's 73. I would say that could probably be 100. I don't know what impact that would have. I mean, it looks like we've had 1,500 or so people in that category. Extra $25 for 1,500 people. I don't think we'd lose any senior going from 73 I guess if you look at last year, we were 65. So last year they paid 65. I don't think we would lose anybody if we went to 100.
Well, let me ask you, why do you recommend 100? That's 40% more than when it's currently published at.
I just look at what the cost of, when my kids were in sports, everything was 100, 125, 150. I mean, if you're going to do anything, it's $150. So I think, was there 90 days in the summer? $1 a day to go to the pool?
14 weeks of pool season.
$1 a day.
So
Isn't
at that point, does it just make sense to get rid of senior separate and it's just senior/child and they're all the same price?
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that. No, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, I guess if you have, a 2, a 3, and a 4-year-old, that might, impact you more.
Well, or toddler, senior/child under, 14.
Well, right now it's from 1 to 5, it would be $73 per, and then a senior is $73 per. So I
So
wouldn't
maybe
want
senior moves up, like senior doesn't, it's not 1 to 5/senior. Now senior kind of moves up to 6 to 13/senior.
Yeah. Yeah. So 6 to 13 and the senior would be the same price.
And you could include the under 1 to 5 too. I would think that smaller kids are probably even heavier toll in the pool than older
No,
people.
no, they're not. Come on.
I don't know. Running around, doing more activities, peeing in the pool, whatever.
Yeah, that happens.
Don't kid yourself. That happens at all age groups.
So,
I really think you wouldn't lose, anybody.
I mean, I think that's logical. They're still getting a big discount. It's just a different category than the current discount.
it's still less than that price, right? Even if it goes to 100 bucks.
Yeah.
It's still 50%
what if we,
roughly less than a regular adult price, right?
So then, Mike, what else would you do then? A 12% increase? You'd do a 12% increase across the board, except for this one group that you would combine into like the higher rate?
Well, how much does that free up? Like did we say how many seniors there are?
Monica, I mean, I'm looking at your report from 2022, and so through June of through 6/30 of 2023, it looks like there was 1,500 seniors.
Yeah, there were approximately 1,500 seniors. Maybe a little more in August.
So 1,500 times $30 more is 45,000.
That added to the 140, that gets you closer to $200,000. Any other comments, discussion regarding individual fees?
Would the
For-
supervisor
or-
entertain a notion of selling the pool to a private party?
No, they were talked about having a management company come in and take over the pool as a
Yes.
I'm talking
potential.
about selling
Well,
it.
that was thrown out as something worthy of exploration, not something that they necessarily wanted to do.
I was thinking similar to where we handled the sewers, to sell it to a private entity.
I think it was to handle it like golf, where the outside company, manages it and they get paid.
Any other discussions?
Have we looked into that?
I did, after the meeting, look into that. I believe it was Warwick. township did get a management company in, and it was primarily because they did not have or were not equipped with someone with pool experience on staff. There were benefits. The benefits were that they didn't have to do HR, and some of the liability went to the town, was reduced from the township. But there was also some negatives in the fact that, the township was paying the management company per employee. And then the management company would take some of the money off of what the township was allocating per employee as part of their pay. So like a percentage of pay per employee. So the employees were getting paid then less. And then they were also expected to work at other facilities that managed by the same company. So they wouldn't be just allocated to our township. So we are a pool and one of the few that were fully staffed this year. And, there's that to consider.
And I don't see that helps us with our maintenance issues, the management taking on that responsibility, correct?
No, they wouldn't be taking that on.
And Mike, could you restate what you were proposing? I just want to make sure I understand it. Can you just restate how you would handle the seniors and the youngsters?
The seniors rate, as it's published on the screen now, is at under 1 to 5 and senior at 73. The senior 62 plus would move to that child 6 to 13 bucket.
And would the youngsters, the youngest of youngsters, stay where they are?
Yes.
Correct.
I would propose moving that up too.
Any other discussions? So if that's the only change, then Mike will have to amend his motion, and Michael Blundy will have to second then the amendment.
Mike, go ahead, Mike, what were you gonna say?
So, personally, I don't like 101. I'd prefer 100. I don't like 73. I'd prefer 75. I'm looking at the prices. I don't like 213. I'd like 215. Like, personally, that's how I would do it.
So we'll round them up to the next
Round them to the nearest.
5 or 0, right? So 73, 75, 101 becomes 100, 213 is 215, 123 is 125.
So can I just ask Mike why you don't like the
He's a retailer. He doesn't like those shelf tags that are odd
Yes,
numbers.
Exactly.
I was going to think we should do 73.99 because you can get an extra buck for every one of those. And like when you look at gas and it's $3.32.09, everyone just goes, oh, it's $3.32. So I disagree with the budget, but
so if we did this, we'd be gaining back roughly $40,000. I think I heard somebody say roughly $40,000 to $50,000, and assuming no major change to registrations.
Of the seniors, yes. So net,
right. And then we would still be contemplating some degree of a fee increase for everybody else? Is that true or false, Mike?
Well, right now, as it's published, it's 12%. So if those resident numbers move to 75, 10, 100, 215, 125, you're looking at that 12% increase. Right now, Mike, you have 6%. So that numbers would have to be adjusted down. So again, you have a motion on the table for 6%, which is not the numbers reflected on that slide. Monica would have to quickly do math and tell you what that new number is. If you want to stick with the numbers on the screen, then it's a 12% increase.
We can round if you want to put that as part of your motion round.
Yes.
I mean, 6 plus rounding probably equates to higher, 7,
Yeah,
8, 9,
I'm gonna go 6 6 rounding up to the nearest 50. And then I like Mike's move. So I would like to propose that we move under 1.5 and senior to mirror child 613, and that it's a 8% increase rounded up the nearest 5 or 0.
You change
So
it
I'm
to.
trying to get a little bit of Rob action, trying to get Rob a little bit more in the rate increase. Maybe I even go to 9%. 9%. That's where I'm at. 9%. I'm trying to.
Mike doesn't like 9s. He wants
Round it up to 10.
10s.
It will ultimately get rounded up to the rounded up, not down, Mike, up to the nearest 0 or 5.
All right, well, let's just plug in that, the number is. So a resident this year, 1 to 5 is 65. A 9% would be $70.85.
No, that's adding 6% to the 12%.
You have to start at the
He's
13
using numbers, I
Mike.
think.
Oh, the old numbers. Oh, okay. So-
Mike, you have to start the kids that are 6 to 13, not the 1 through 5. We don't care about the 1 through 5 price anymore. That price point's gone away.
No, the 1 to 5 is staying 1 to 5.
Okay, that's
It's
for
just
the
seniors are
youngest kids.
moving.
You're right. I'm sorry. You're right.
So last year, a senior was $65. If we add 9%, it goes to $70.85.
And in those scenarios, you'd round down, just make them 70.
I would round that up to 75%, to $75.
Always around that.
And that's more than a 12% increase.
It's easier if you just stick with the percentages because then you'll be all over
Yeah.
the place.
Understood. All right.
And then a child was $90. If you go 9%,
98.1.
98.1. So that would go to 100. Right?
Yep.
And then adults were 190. $20,000. I did something wrong.
207. So you either do 200 or you do 210.
I think you do 210.
210. And then 110 was for people like the third person, the third adult in the family. So mom and dad were 190, and then the 14-year-old would be 110.
120.
All right, does that make?
That's $120. So you got 1 to 5 is 70. You got child and seniors are 100. Adults are 210, and the additional adult is 120.
Okay, so can I just ask how every one of those is lower than what's on this sheet that we're looking at?
Because we did 9% instead of 12%.
The figures that are on the screen right now are with the 12% increase as part of it. So those aren't what the fees were last year.
Right. So my point was going to be where we were not covering the deficit as it was, and now we're actually going to with a 12% increase, we weren't covering it as it was. Now we're making it work.
No, we're not.
Right, but we also
We're adding 45 in seniors.
We added a much bigger increase to a large group of users that we think are being undercharged, and we're making that up. We're making some up there, and And depending on your opinion, we are giving away, instead of giving a cash discount, we're giving away a guest pass, which, depending on how you view that, is either a flat pass off, trade, whatever you want to call it, or less. Personally, I'd be fine to give guest passes only to adult members, not to what I would consider a discounted membership, which would be a senior, a child, or a toddler.
I like that idea a lot, Brody.
Yeah. Because they're already getting such a big discount, so.
Yeah, I would almost, Monica, I assume the numbers would support this. Please let me know if I'm wrong. I would almost be willing to give any adult one guest pass for signing up before whatever date you tell me. Because again, along the lines of a full paying adult.
And you're including a senior as a full paying adult?
No, they have a senior discount. Military. I probably would only make the exception for military.
I just think the seniors might be.
What?
I mean, as long as you can explain to them when you get 9,000 phone calls about why they're not getting a guest pass, because they got the discount last year. So
We're going to get a lot of phone calls no matter what.
Right.
So it just depends on the content of the phone call at this point. But if we call that a senior discount, instead of saying under 1 to 5, we could say under 1 to 5 discount. And that it's always a discount. And then child 6 to 13 and the seniors discount, and then the appearance is that because they got that discount rate. Yeah.
All right. So we've had some additional discussions here with pricing, 9% increase.
Should we go through the non-resident price?
It's 9%.
Rounded up to there.
Rounded up. So Mike, you have those in front of you, right? I mean, to make a motion, we could just say now 9% rounded up. We don't have to call out every specific price, just to keep things moving along.
Okay.
So Mike, the two mics, Mike, you need to amend your motion, and it's got to be seconded so that we can have another discussion and then vote.
I think I'm reading the room here. So I'm going to say, get rid of the discount period. Fully paying adults can receive a free guest pass for signing up before a date determined by Monica. The senior discount will combine with the child 6 through 13 discount. 9% increase across the board, rounded up. Still flex pass, still military discount. I think that's everything.
So that's your amended motion, Michael?
That's my amended motion.
All right. Mike Blundy, do you want to second his amended motion?
So the flex guest pass, for the non-resident, that equates to a value of like
you have to either someone's got to second it, and then you can have the discussion.
Okay, I'll second it.
All right, now we can have a discussion on the amended motion.
Okay, so
what's the appropriate app?
So the non-resident flex guest pass is the same as buying 3 memberships. So a non-resident, they're $280 right now at full price. 3 times 280 is $840. So what we're saying is, they could pay their $840, or they could pay $600.
Well, Michael, with there's also another type of value with the Flex Pass in that there are grandparents who want to bring their children who are in another household, or maybe there's a mom who's watching a kid all summer. There's flexibility inter-household with the Flex Pass where that wouldn't exist now. So there were many people who turned away from buying membership because they didn't want the parents on the account. A kid has to buy, if they're under the age of 14, a parent has to be on their account. So this gives the option for those people who were turned away last year because they don't want to pay for, someone who is a member going to take their kids, if that makes sense.
So I guess what I'd like to know is how many non-residents, families, do we have 3 or more? And are we going to be trading, down to this Flex Guest Pass? I understand what you're saying is that this solves a need for that specific situation, but maybe it's not a big number, but maybe it is. We've had, non-residents are a third of the membership. That's last year there was 8,000 members or 7,500 members.
Mike, would you rather see Flex Pass for resident only? Say that's like a bonus. That's a bonus offering that we really don't. It's not something that we don't really care to pursue. It's not like we really want people buying Flex Passes. It's not like it's easier for Monica. It's probably a little bit more work over the long run. But if we just offer it to residents, is that kind of
I think that
better?
That solves my issue.
Does anybody have a strong opinion about if I make that change, against that change? I don't think there's going to be, I think it's a great idea to have a Flex Pass. I think there's definitely a pocket of people that are going to be happy that we do it. I don't think it's going to be like, I don't think it's a barn burner in terms of a money raiser for us. I think it's, it solves a problem, brings in a little extra revenue.
Can you just re-clarify the Flex Pass for me? Because I think I was thinking it was something different than what it is.
Can we, maybe we should just leave it. Would it be appropriate to leave it out until, we can, and add it at a later date?
Well, the fees are going to go before the board of I guess we could. Sure.
I mean, if it's not potentially a significant source of revenue, it could be added in and we can vote on it at a later date. If we want
Good.
to.
It just wouldn't be part of the fee packet.
Right.
Could I put it in as, could we put it in with some flexibility? That we want to have a Flex Pass.
We could call it a test and
Pilot program
and add it at a later date.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I'm just trying to meet in the middle here, everybody. Get us on to the next week.
All right. Any other discussions on the motion?
Do we know what's this total impact again? Who was keeping the numbers?
I always have trouble hearing you, Dennis. It doesn't come across clear in the room.
Total money we would gain without any drastic impact to membership. I think we were thinking roughly 200 to 240.
Yeah, I mean, from the seniors, it was about 40. From the discounts, it was 92. And originally it was 6. From going from 12 to 6, it was still 50, but now we took another 3 back in. So that's another 25, right? So,
yeah.
So where are we at? Like 200
versus last year, or versus
207,000?
About $200,000 and
versus last year, or versus the most recent proposal?
Versus
last year.
Last year.
Versus most recent proposal, we gained back 15,000, I guess.
That you got to gain back about 65,000.
100,000 in cash, and then depending on minus whatever you value the guest passes that we give away. To me, I know we're not allowed to budget long-term. We're only budgeting for the year, and I am only budgeting for the year. But when I consider these changes, I still consider them in the vein of it's a transformative year. We're getting rid of certain things that have been there a long time. We're raising a price. Like, we can't solve all of the 30-year township woes in one budget.
All right, so so with the motion, the only thing you'd have to amend, Michael, is you're going to take out the flex pass option. If there's no other comments.
So moved, I'll say.
And do we have a
Monica,
second?
does this need to be restated, or do you think it's clear enough, Monica?
Monica, if you could restate it, that would be
All right,
awesome.
You want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, for 2024 pool fees, recommendation is to eliminate the discount cash period and instead offer up one guest pass per paying adult. It'll be a 9%.
Full paying.
Full paying adult, yes, there's no more discount, so. There'll be a 9% fee increase across the board. We'll move the senior and we'll round up all the fees to the closest $1 or $5 mark. The senior will move to the child segment and a price. What else am I missing here? Military discount of 10% for the military person and their family in the same household. Is that it, Monica? I think that I have it right.
The caregiver, remove the caregiver.
Caregiver
Yeah,
fee remains.
yeah, caregiver. Remove.
We remove the caregiver option in 2024.
And you were removing the flex pass, correct?
And we remove the flex class. All right. That's the motion on the table. We have a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
One opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1. Fees pass for the pool. And I'll write up a recommendation to the board.
Dennis, what would you change?
I just don't understand, like to make this either a break even or profitable cost center. I really would like to understand what the different variations we could consider are to get us there. I don't think we did that, so that's why I'm not necessarily in favor of just this singular proposal. It might be a good one in the end. I'm not saying it's not. I think directionally a lot of the changes were in line with what we could be thinking about, but I'm just not comfortable that we've done the job that the supervisors asked us to do.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to go over the slide?
Yep. So next area for discussion is the league/athletic user fees. As Monica mentioned, in 2023, current year, the expected shortfall is about $45,000. Currently, the fee is $15 for residents and $36 for non-residents. And Monica, I'm not sure if you know off the top of your head when the last time this fee has changed. It's been
A long time.
I think
did
I've been
try
on the
to-
board. I think even when I was PAA president, I think that was the fees. I think it's been a considerable amount of time. So again, the current recommendation that Monica had put forth to the board, we had not yet discussed this as a group. So this is new for us, was $25 for residents, $50 for non-residents. Couple of questions, again, as Monica pointed out earlier, and just as you think about your consideration. Any DCNR required that the fee can't exceed double the resident fee for non-resident for grant-related property projects. And I assume that does apply in this case, Monica.
Yep, it does.
So again, questions to consider. Most of the leagues are probably what, 80% resident, 20% non-resident
Yeah, I mean,
on average,
it varies from league to league, but on that.
right? On average. So things to think about when we charge the leagues for resident, non-resident. Keep in mind, and George is the only one here, but I believe most of the, and Mike, you can add for PAA from my recollection, but I believe most of the leagues don't charge different rates for residents, non-residents, right? So they just use a blended charge when they charge their customers. And the work on the back end really sits with Monica and her team, because when they submit her rosters, they have to determine who's residents, non-residents, so they can bill them the proper amount. So one question to the group here, should we have a resident, non-resident fee? Should it be just one blended fee to the leagues, right? They would then Monica just bill based on total number of participants and not necessarily have to do the extra work on the back end to determine how many are resident, non-residents. We do have a policy that's in place that states how many, what the split should be by resident, non-resident. So if you're concerned that maybe not having a higher fee might encourage them to bring in more non-residents, we still do have a policy in place that kind of keeps, what the protocols are in terms of residents, non-residents. So again, open it up for discussion so that we can make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. And again, I don't believe this fee has been changed for at least 10 plus years.
I guess, do we know what, anecdotally, I heard that Richboro charges their non-residents $60. So I feel like 50 might be too low. I don't know what the other townships are. When YMS, they have they got a fall season, a rec program with 900 participants or so, and then they have a spring program with 900 participants or so. Is it do we capture 1,800 user fees, or is it just 900?
It's 1,800. It's the 900 for spring and 900 for fall.
Okay.
So whatever the season is, if a league has 2 seasons, then they pay 2 separate fees.
And this is, to your comment, Mike, something that's very different from township to township. For instance, some townships charge resident, non-resident in school district. Some townships don't really charge their leagues at all. Some charge, it's like really, really different from township to township. It's hard to find kind of a regular.
And Mike, just for everybody's knowledge, when you said Richboro, so was this a specific activity that you were quoting Richboro's non-resident fee?
Just anecdotally, listen, I just like Cruza, the Council Rock Soccer League. We would talk to them, they would talk to us, and one of the comments is that they charge their non-residents $60. So, and that was 5 years ago, 6 years, 7 years ago. So, I guess it's if we were to do 25 and 50, what would that do? How would that move the number? Would that make up the?
It would make up the gap.
And Monica, in terms of a blended fee, do the leagues just tell you what their residents and non-residents are, or do you actually get a roster and go through it and look
We
at
get
it?
a roster and we go line by line and we look at the board assessments for the ones that we're unsure of. While they do identify resident, non-resident, we do check.
Right. And is the Yardley Borough, they're non-residents or are they resident, or you
They're
count them?
non-resident, they're non-residents.
Is anyone still there from any of the leagues? Doug, I can't see him.
George is here.
George is here.
George, what portion of the average cost per player do these fees represent? Off the top of your head?
Well, how much is a registration for a rec player for an average
That's a come to the mic.
one season? No, you can't go online and see what that costs us. No. Is it $400 to play in the fall? 300? I don't know. Don't know.
A rec player should be like 125, 150.
Closer to 200, 250,
George says it's not that anymore.
250.
Price of referees has gone up, right?
The question maybe to the league reps would be, what could they absorb? Like, what would be reasonable in their minds to absorb? I know, and I said reasonable because I think they're probably hearing the same sort of pressures from the supervisors that we're hearing now, which is, we're under supporting all of these endeavors of Park and Rec, and there's a need to find ways to close the gap or actually create a little buffer. So maybe they can support more.
So I personally really don't like the idea of a flat fee. I think it goes back to what I started the whole call with, that if the concept of a flat fee essentially means that if 80% of the leagues are township residents, that means that, again, the township residents are going to be paying the larger chunk of this increase, relatively speaking. We're not going to drop everybody to $25. We'd be saying, hey, let's increase everybody like $36 or $37 or some increase. And I know we're saying, yeah, we're going to charge the league, but the league's going to turn around and charge their members, and so it's going to end up being a bigger tax on our residents.
Mike, I had the same thought you did, but I think in the end, the way Doug described it is the way it practically gets exercised through the leagues. I don't think, at least my recall from the days when my kids were playing and I was coaching, I don't think like if you were a guest or a non-resident player, I don't think you paid your team more or you paid your league more. I think they blended them all and then just charged each player the same rate. So it becomes blended. If I heard you right, Doug, it becomes blended, assessed to the players.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't think they have the capacity to check each player, and same thing on PAA. It's one fee. Football, it's one fee. They don't go through charging residents, non-residents, right?
Like George was saying for YMS, if it's, I don't know, let's say it's $350 a player. That's $350 whether you're a resident or a non-resident. So they do the blending.
Yeah, but as a league, but if PAA is 70% resident, then they're going to pay a number. If soccer is 80% resident, then proportionally their residents are going to pay less money, or are going to pay like the same amount. But if we change it to a flat rate, then that
I see what you're saying.
Because my whole thing, personally, I really would like, or we definitely, let me ask this. Well, are we still keeping our motion to have the rate increase, the taxable rate increase, a millage increase? Can we pause and can I make a motion to maintain that millage increase? Can we vote on that?
I was trying to get through these particular fees. We could have a motion
I guess
for
my
the millage. That'll come up, but I don't think we're going to leave this meeting until we make a recommendation on that.
Yeah, I guess I just feel
I'm going to make a motion that we recommend that because that's going to go to the maintenance moving forward. So
very good.
I think the goal was to get through these fees to try to close the gap on the operational and try to put some money away. But to Rob's point, the big opportunity is to recommend also the millage. But let's try to stay on this user fee piece here in terms of getting to a number right? There's roughly a gap of 40,000. That could be more or less. The fee that Monica proposed could get us there. If people believe there's a little bit more, again, opportunity to go a little higher, or do we simplify it and do one blended rate, and that kind of relieves the burden off of Monica to have to go back and try to go through all the registrations to see if it's accurate or not.
And Monica, would you be asking for a blended rate, meaning $5,000 per league, or a blended rate $36 per person in the league? Would it still be a per capita or a flat fee?
I'm not going to lie. The blended rate is Doug's idea. So you can.
No, it was a blended. It would just be a blended fee per person. So if
Well,
you want to do,
Monica, how much time would it save your staff?
Or
dealing with a blended rate versus the resident and non-resident separate rates?
Well, I mean, I see every angle of this argument, to be quite frank. The blended fee would save us time, but I do feel that it would be interesting to the residents to know the statistics on the leagues anyway. So we would, and then have to find out the stats anyway.
You're doing that work anyway.
Mhm.
my point in that discussion was that the revenue to come into Monica doesn't have to wait for her to do all that work, right? So yes, she would still on the back end at some point recap residents versus non-residents, but for billing purposes and getting the revenue paid, that work doesn't need to be done. It's just a total number. That was where my head was at.
So Monica, the increase to 25 and 50, would that get us above 160,000 then?
I mean, if the leagues continue to grow, yes. Right now, with where they're at, it would get us to the 160.
Okay.
So if we needed a spread,
Mhm.
right, could you go to 30 and 75 or
No, you can't do
No.
that.
30 and 60, right?
Yeah.
So that gives you a little bit of cushion in case it rains a lot and you got to cut the grass 20% more than prior year, or
something comes up.
something comes up, or registrations are, flat or down. Like instead of getting right to the number, but
It would give buffer. Yes.
What's George doing?
I like 30 and 60. The fees they've been this way 10 years at least. The leagues have been up in their registrations apparently. So I think, 30 and 60 is more than fair.
Let me try another perspective too. This is helping me kind of rationalize that same direction. But what we just recommended that pickleball players get assessed $50. Is that right?
We haven't gotten to pickleball.
No, we did last time. We talked about it last time.
Oh, it was more than that. I think it was $120.
What, the new rate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the new rate went from $27.50 to $120, so.
It's
For the
5
year.
times more than what it was.
Well, but
That's for the year.
that's not apples to apples. Never mind. It's because
That's
the,
also their full all-in cost minus, for that activity. People who are playing a sport still have to pay the league a fee on top of it.
yeah. What was the fee was a portion of that though, right, Monica? The 120.
What do you mean exactly?
So pickleball players were going to get charged $120,
Yes,
and of that, how much of the 120 was a user fee?
all of it.
Okay. On the no. Okay. But you include staffing in that now, right? So like,
Yeah, it does incorporate staffing, and so will the league fees. Will incorporate $125,000 in staffing related expenses.
I'd make a motion for increase $30 for residents and $60 for non-residents.
I'll second.
Second. Motion by Rob, second by Mike Lundy. Do we have any discussion?
Was that 30 and 60?
On $30 and residents, $60 for non-residents. Any discussion from the public? Come on up, George. State your name, where you reside.
George Lieben, President of YMS, and thank you for not putting us last. The user fees on last on this agenda. Appreciate it. So, have you guys considered doing Pennsbury School District, non-Pennsbury? Just feels like a lot of our kids are going to schools with, kids, and they want to play in the same leagues with them. Just feels like that might be a different way of looking at it overall.
So if you're saying Pennsbury School District.
Pennsbury School District kids versus non-Pennsbury.
So there's Pennsbury non-residents
Yeah.
and residents, Pennsbury non-residents, and then non-residents.
So if you live here and you're in high school and you go to Holy Ghost, what, are you a paying resident or non?
If you're
non-school
you're a
district?
you're a resident, I'm saying, but is there a layer there if you're inside the school district? Like is there a third layer there, for resident Pennsbury and then non-resident?
It'd have to
the
be
consideration there
applicable-
is,
applicable not just for soccer, then it has to be done for
Yeah, no, I
baseball, football,
100%. Like
just
that's
all the leagues. I'll make
Are
that.
you able to get
so how would
that
that be
from the
treated, George?
school?
Like as you're thinking about it, with the Would
We
the
just
non-
know if they're, the way that you go through the tax system, we could tell who's Pennsbury School District non-resident.
Okay, so it's not a large lift for you and your staff.
We're already doing it.
You're already doing.
And what's the rationale? Just adding that third layer for making it?
Yeah,
school
no.
district?
So
Another school
I
district.
have 3 daughters, right? And I can tell you in particular that as there's not enough girls playing sports, right? And as they get older, that kind of they drop off. So there is a degree, if you want to have your residents have teams in some of these age groups, that you're going to need, non-residents to do it. And a lot of those are within the Pennsbury School District. So why price them out of being able to keep your residents playing in your township? So.
Well, I guess the question is, if it's 30 and 60,
I would
how
have,
many of those non-residents then would become 30, 40, are you trading them down?
My motion to, I think it's a good idea. So 30 for residents, 50 for Pennsbury residents, and 60 for non-residents.
I don't want to agree to that.
Okay.
You're amending the motion to 30 for residents.
Was Michael Blundy the seconder?
I was the seconder, and I.
So
I
if he
don't-
doesn't agree, then the motion stands.
Did he agree?
Yeah,
or
the
did he
original
not agree?
motion stands.
He did not agree.
He did not agree.
I do not agree.
Okay. So we still have the original motion.
That's my comment. Thank you.
We can have any discussion. and then vote on it, and then you can always bring up a new motion. So any
I
other
just wanna make
discussion
sure
on
I-
the $30 for resident, $60 for non-resident?
I just want to understand if what George was saying was there's going to be a fee for residents, a higher fee for non-residents, and something more favorable for non-resident Pennsbury School District,
That's correct.
whether it's the same as a resident or something less than non-resident. He was just trying to find something. Okay, got it. Thank you.
But I thought we said the leagues are not passing these fees on to their members, so how is it then discouraging Pennsbury students who are non-residents from joining if it's not costing them more?
It's not.
Yeah,
It's not a-
because
it's
today
not a-
they,
It's not a
Say-
discouragement. It's not a discouragement. You know, that this fee hasn't increased in at least 10 years. It's, you know, commensurate 30 and 60, I believe, with other, you know, municipalities in the township or not in the township, but in the surrounding area. I don't see adding that third layer as, you know, being reasonable. Honestly, I don't think it's being reasonable. I think, you know, our fee has been static, and you know, I don't think it's going to impact a girl or a boy from, you know, participating in sports.
and I can, the reason I don't think we need to add another layer in there is because, again, the leagues don't advertise or promote any discounts based on resident, non-resident school district, Pennsbury School District. So by us changing the fee structure to them, the way, if people are interested in participating, they're signing up, they're not signing up to the leagues because there's a discount being offered based on where you go to school or whether you're resident or non-resident. So for us, I don't think it's, to Mike's point, it's necessary. Unless we require the leagues pass that discount on. And we don't do that today and don't know if that we're asking to do that in the future. That's my 2 cents.
So this won't change the way I think about this, because I do think that there's probably room to increase the fees. But we keep throwing around the statement that they haven't changed in more than 10 years. I don't know if that's true or not. Is there a way, Monica, do we have records that could tell us?
I know in 2013, the resident fee, I think, was $13, and I don't remember what the non-resident, so it was different. But after that, there's no record. There's a gap in records that I could find anyway.
Okay, all right.
How much
So-
increase? I know as long as I've been here, it has not changed.
I think, Monica, I think that the 15 and 36, I think the 15 is actually a typo. I think it's actually $18. For-
$18 is the lights fee, $15.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we're non-compliant now then with DCNR grants.
we are not.
Because the resident and the non-resident can't be more than double. The resident fee can't be more than double.
Yes,
So we would be non-compliant.
we are currently non-compliant by $1.
Dennis, do you think 30 and 60 is enough?
I like the fact that the 30 to 60 seems to more than cover the anticipated gap. So it starts the
Yeah.
process of
Yeah.
creating that capital funds or whatever, whatever we're gonna call it. I don't know if it'd be appropriate to go much more. I know this is always a hotly contested topic. When I was on the board at YMS, it was always like campaigning for keeping the cost to the players down so we could have more kids on the fields instead of on street corners hanging out, getting in trouble. But it's hard to say whether it's enough or not, but I directionally it seems kind of in the zone.
Okay.
Me.
All right, any more discussion? Any more comments from the public? So currently having a motion on the table for resident $30, non-resident $60. All in favor? Raise your hand and vote aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? Any nays? No nays. This league fee, user fee has been approved. $30 resident, $60 non-resident.
Member Camp, you approved a 12% increase across the board for summer camp in the last meeting. The Board of Supervisors felt in the meeting that maybe we could increase that a little bit more. I was looking at private camps versus, municipal camps. Generally speaking, we're about $200 more for an 8-week session than the highest that I could find 8-week camp for a municipality. And we're about $5,000 cheaper for an 8-week camp for a private camp. So, I mean, the variability is there. I do think our camp is stellar and amazing and has a high value. There might be some room for improvement or increase. This is proposed as a break-even operation, but, as the board stated in their meeting the other day that, the increased usage of the community center, increased usage of our facilities and amenities, maybe consider increasing it a little bit more. So that is up to the board for discussion today.
Do you have the
What's the
slide? Is the
dollar-
slide with the rates on the next page or no?
Yeah, there's 2 slides with rates. There's the tween camp. This is what you approved. And I know this is making Michael Blundy crazy because it's
Yes,
not.
it
Yeah, I
is.
was gonna say, you could use the Michael Blundy approach and round all these up to the nearest $10 increment. Everything goes up, and that would give you your coverage plus start the buffer. If the board thinks it can go a little higher, that'll be the little higher.
Yeah, why don't we go to 25s and 50s? That would-
Or hundreds. None of these are small enough that they'd be affected, right? 870 goes to 9, 956 goes to 1,000.
So Monica, you said we're $5,000 cheaper than private camps?
Yeah, 4,000 or 5,000.
Like,
It was
that would,
significant.
Mike, that would be a full-on day camp with climbing walls, lake,
Yeah.
sports all around, indoor gym facility, arcade, trips to bowling alleys, Phillies games, all sorts of stuff. Just keeping it real, Monica.
Yes, that is very real, Mike.
Full swimming, swimming twice a day, including instructional swim and free swim.
Mhm.
Think if you round things up, so if you go to like 1,550 or 1,200, you're probably looking at around another 2.5% or so in fees increase on top of the 12. So if you took, I don't know, 3% or 2% on top of the current resident fees, I think like 3% on 1,511 get you to like 1,556. So if you went to 1,550, like you could get a little bit more of your cushion by just rounding up a little bit.
Right, that was my point.
So you're erecting right now you're saying like a 2% plus around.
No, I'm just saying
If you
it's
say
around
rounded
that.
up.
Like if you took it up to 1,550 or to 1,200, you'd get another 2.5% like
Okay.
increase.
You'd
Something
be at 12% plus, right? Something 12% plus, whatever this would round to.
Yeah. So
You use the Mike
it's-
Blendy approach and go to round whole numbers. And I mean, Kim suggested 25s and 50s. I suggested round it up to the nearest 100.
Yeah, so if you did 1,550, 1,200, 850, and then keep the same ratio for non-residents. So you just, whatever the current ratio is now, you just bump it up. So it's.
Well, I
Nearest
think
similar in
Dennis
the-
is saying 1,511 would go to 1,600.
Well,
instead.
why don't we start with
Maybe
50s?
50s,
Why don't we start with 50s? Yeah.
50s and hundreds, yeah.
1,550, 1,200, 850.
So then
60.
that'll net 12% plus something like you were talking, Doug, another 2-3%. So
Let me ask you this, being consistent with the pool, and I know that we had waiting lists, is there a benefit or reason we'd want to do a discount period?
Well, I always laugh because camp fills the first day and we never actually make it to after discount period. So, so, yes, there's definitely value in removing the discount period.
I say we just remove the discount period, do the flat rate and round up, so it would be 1586, it would be 1600,
I like that.
50 and 900.
Yeah, I don't think you need a discount period. I think the people that are signing up the first day aren't doing it for the discount. They're doing it for their sanity to know that they have something locked in.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, there's limited spots. And so if they don't do it if they're not on their computer day one to hit the register button, they're not getting in. So it's supply and demand, true economics, right?
Can I make a motion, Doug?
Yeah, I make a motion that we get rid of the discount period, keep the 12% that we recommended, but round up to the
Here's 50.
dollar amount above. So 1586 would equate to 1600, et cetera, et cetera.
Do we have a second?
I
Second.
second.
Kim seconds, Rob makes the motion. Do we have any discussion? Any further discussion?
I would just, can we just pick the three numbers instead of rounding up? Because Rob said round up to the nearest dollar.
So 8-week would be 1600, 6-week would be 1250, 4-week would be 900 for residents, and then non-residents, it would be 1800 for 8 weeks, 1400 for 6 weeks, and 1000 for 4-week.
Technically, the 8-week non-resident would be 1750 by that logic, right? Not 18.
That works, 1750.
Well, we were doing 50s. Everything else you did was 50s. So
Okay.
That is motion.
I
Was that an
was just
amendment?
clarifying the motion, I
You're
think.
clarifying the motion.
Yeah.
I didn't write all the numbers down, but
Got it.
you got them. Okay. Any further discussion on the fees? For the camp?
oh, sorry.
Any public comment? None. I call a vote. All in favor of the recommended fees as motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? None. All right, new camp recommended fees for 2024 are approved. Monica, move along. Next slide. Let's go. We're cruising now.
Oh, that's tween camp. So I don't know if you want to go through tween camp separately.
Same thing. We didn't
Same
any
thing.
discount and then just round up.
Is there a discount here or not?
So
Resident pool member was supposed to be eliminated. I'm sorry.
Right, but is there a discount or it's just straight resident,
There
non-resident?
was never a discount.
No discount.
the,
Okay.
the tween camp is hard to fill. Is that accurate? Monica?
It doesn't fill up like the younger kids.
Like it's a much smaller thing, right?
Yeah, it's smaller. It's only about 20 kids.
So I wouldn't want to, I would be happy just to keep it like this.
The tweens stay the same.
You want your rounded numbers like 1,300, 915, 1670, right? Just or 1665. You want all your clean numbers, right? 1830.
Round them up to 10s instead of 50s. Make 10s.
Yep. So just
Yeah.
round them up.
You want to make a motion for that? Because I can't just.
So if someone wants to make a motion to round
Make a
the
motion that
fees,
we round up the tween camp recommended.
Rob
fee.
Labar seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? None. Okay. Next.
Okay, community center. So we cover, as I showed on a previous slide, we cover 60% of the user fees through senior user fees, rentals, and our programming. So right now, we have some opportunity to increase fees. We could increase rental fees. We could increase senior user fees. And then I have a programming slide separately, so I would consider talking about that separately, but, so.
Which is of the user group, community center user fees, which is your largest group that pays the fees?
Seniors.
Seniors. And do we know what they're paying?
Yeah.
Their fee hasn't changed since they came in that day and
And their contract is up, so they did their contract is up, so it's perfect timing. Their fee that they pay right now is 15 for non-resident, or 15 for resident, 20 for non-resident. This year, their senior, that was around $7,000 in user fees, this year. So, I don't know if you want to increase that by percentage or not.
I guess if you went from 20 to 20 for resident and 40, like you went from, it's 15 and what? And 20?
It's 15 and 20 now.
So I assume we have to cap it at twice.
We have to cap it at twice. Yeah.
So if you went to 20 and 40, like, I don't know how much does that recoup and how many members are there?
There's about 450.
Yeah.
But how many are resident?
It's primarily resident. I would say 80. I don't know offhand.
And so
I can't, my phone.
An
the
extra
community
5
center, does that even cover like the lights?
Another-
Right now, we're covering 60% of our operational costs.
What-
You
and what
gotta
are the
understand, we do a lot of free stuff in the building too, for the community. So there is time that, we have EAC in there giving presentations, or this historic commissioner, we bring the police department in to give safety and security to the community training. We do our staff trainings in there. We have free community events that we offer, all of our program signups that happen in there. It's a shelter and extreme events. So there's a lot that we do
But even like,
that you should
so
be considering as
the senior events, let's say that are there, the time that they're there, does the $15 a person even cover
the time now.
the electric bills that would be for that hour or so a day, or 5 hours a day that they're?
Yeah, they're subsidized by the township.
So even if we raise
Monica,
them,
what's the 60% user fee? Remind me what the total the user cost is, or the total community center?
I did have that on the previous slide.
Yeah.
I can go back and look real quick.
7,000 is what you said it generated.
Yeah, 7,000 is what it generated, but the total cost for the community center.
I'm
sorry.
gonna make an uncomfortable opinion. So
Wait,
my
see
uncomfortable.
before you go down that road, can I just see what the
Yep.
Here it is. Community center, 50,000 is, so tax is 20,000 for operational. That's not if anything big happens or anything like that. It's the regular daily operations.
So when you said user fee,
Oh my
so user
computer
fees are
just
currently
died.
30,000, right?
I have to go get a charger out of the meeting. My computer did.
So these user fees amount to $30,000.
I gotta go get a charger. Isn't it on?
I think your computer died, Dennis.
Yeah. So everybody
I think
gets,
everybody.
I think that chart was showing that the user fees account for 30,000 of the 50,000,
I think that's correct. Yes.
and the proposed changes, if she had any in that last sheet, were adding 7,000 more, so 37,000 would be. Is that,
Yeah.
am I interpreting that right?
well, there wasn't any recommendation yet. That was what we were going to discuss, is in terms of the fees.
What was the 7,000?
That's what's generated in users fees right now. That's the 15 and the 20 pieces that they collect.
Oh, that's just from the seniors though, right?
The seniors is, yeah, so if you
30,000. All
if you raise the senior rates, I don't know, from 15 to 20, you're gonna get about $2,200. Like
Right.
that's all you're raising.
I was gonna propose that we stay consistent with what we did at the pool, and we raise the user fee. Most of our user fees are paid essentially for kids playing sports, the same kids that we just equaled up the senior rate for the pool with. So I'm going to propose that we put the user fees for $30 for residents and $60 for non-residents.
I like the logic, Mike. As
Do
much
you
as
want to second that
I would second that.
to at least discuss?
So the resident fee would double from 15 currently to 30. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, and non-residents would triple from 20 to 60.
I think that's one way to look at it. I say the perspective is it's just there's no more discounting. It's being applied at the same rate as the rest of the user fees in the community.
It's a kid's fee. It's the same as a kid's fee. I mean, it's still, it's cheap. It's subsidized still. Just like all those other leagues are still subsidized.
You remember
It's not
when
like
the
pickleball where we're
community-
making a lot more of the money back.
I think when the community center was beginning, there was a proposal that those rates be matched, and there was a lot of discussion amongst the seniors. And I think to kind of just move things along, there was a concession made that there would be an interim discount rate put in. So they've enjoyed a discount rate for
Yeah, if I recall, Dennis, when they came in, we did give them a lower rate than what we had originally proposed. I don't remember what that number was, but obviously it's been a number of years. Obviously COVID happened, so there's probably a year and a half in there they didn't get to use it. But at the end of the day, right, we know that costs have gone up and their fee has been pretty stagnant since they got in the building. So
yeah, I do think that was pitched at the time as being like an initial fee or a starting fee with the condition that it would have to go up at some point. So we can go back to the minutes, but I think that's true.
Monica went to go get a charger because her computer crashed, so can't put the slide back up there. But we can make a motion.
So Doug, but just do the quick math, right? You said what would the 30 and 60 do in terms of additional contribution?
I'm just going to do it straight 450, since assuming they're all residents, right? Times.
Well, it would go from 7,000 to 14,000.
It's an extra. It's double basically.
Oh, if you assume they're all residents, okay.
Yeah, I
Right.
assume they're all residents. So on the low end, it's $7,000 approximately.
So that's just to, again, keep the perspective for everyone. That's the biggest user group there.
Right.
That would cut 14,000 of the $20,000 deficit, which seems appropriate, right? The biggest user group should close the biggest chunk of the deficit.
All right. So does someone want to make a motion on the user
I mean, I
fees for the seniors?
Was a
We
motion.
have a motion and seconded, so call to vote.
All in favor of motion on the table, $30 for residents, $60 for non-residents. All in favor, say aye, raise your hand. Aye. All opposed? None. All right. That is done. I'll make sure Monica has that. She's still looking for a charger. We might want to go to wait and see if she's having any success. Otherwise, we'll move on to a subject where there's no slide.
I know we just approved. Do you know if Monica had any opinion on that by any chance? You there at all for that conversation?
Sorry, I couldn't understand what you said, Mike.
I was just curious if Monica was there at all for any of that conversation, if she had any opinion on that. Doesn't really matter because we approved it, but I'm just curious.
Monica, we just approved the rate increase for the seniors, so.
I'm working on it.
What is the next agenda item, Doug?
All right, you got 5-minute recess. Bathroom break for
But what
those
is
that
the
need it.
next agenda item, just so we can start thinking about it?
We were still on the community, so any other fees associated with groups that rent the facility?
Okay, so just more community center users.
We charge them now.
Right now, we charge all groups a set rate, which I can go over with you. So it's $100 security deposit, which is a returnable. For the whole entire great room, it's $100 per hour or $250 for a 4-hour block. The great room for one side is $75 per hour or $150 for a 4-hour block. The classroom rental is $25 per hour. And $50 for a 4-hour block. The kitchen, which truly we really don't rent out, is $35 per hour. And $15 for each additional hour. I can't recall a time that we actually rented the kitchen. Maybe
Monica, so
once.
rentals amount to what total contribution?
It was $5,000.
So
Contribution.
got it. So
So just note that nonprofit groups currently get 50%, like 501c3 get a 50% discount on the rental agreement.
Well, the rates you just said.
Yeah. Some of the nonprofits use it very regularly. So they'll use it, once a month, once a week, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, the Quilters Guild, so just so you know the groups we're referring to.
So in general, though, if you out of the $5,000, if you doubled or you eliminated the discount completely, you'd probably come close to doubling that, right?
I'm going to be candid with you that I feel we would lose a lot of our nonprofit groups if we eliminate the discount.
Is there a lesser discount that's acceptable then?
Or, if we just, yeah, I'm sure a lesser discount, but if we eliminated in total and doubled their costs, they'd find somewhere.
Space elsewhere.
Mhm.
Monica, can you walk me through like Boy Scout Troop 10 will rent half of the room once a week, once a month, like.
I mean, I can't walk you through every single reservation. The Quilters Guild rents the room once a month, most of the year. There's a few months they do not. Hold on, let me go through my list. The women's club, I think they're once a month most of the year. Some of them take off for summers or winters. Sometimes the Quilter Guild will ask for special event time. So sometimes they will ask, they want to have a bigger event or some kind of fundraiser, and they'll ask for extra space that time of the month. Some of the Girl Scouts use it as their regular meeting space.
So that's once a week?
Yeah, I believe it's once a week. We have so many things in the community center, so I really don't know, to be honest, the full schedule. Daughters of American Revolution, I know, are in once a month. The Makefield Lions Club are in about once a month for their regular meetings. And then there's 2 Lower Makefield women's groups. I believe they're also once a month.
Is rental the second biggest income source for the community center?
What was that?
Are rentals the second largest income generator for the community center next to the seniors?
Programs also generate about $11,000.
So that's twice as big as the rentals.
So is there, if they're consistent users instead of maybe a 50%, is it like, I don't know, sign a year contract, get 11 months, get the 12th month free? I mean, is there different ways that we can keep it full but not give away half of their potential revenue? Like, is there different ways to kind of, like, you sign up for, we'll fulfill a whole year, we'll give you,
There's limitless ways, Doug.
Yep,
It's up to
yeah.
you.
I'm just throwing out like,
How you want to do it.
like we give out 50%, like if, what, at what point do you think they wouldn't, what's the walking? Like, when would they walk? Like, if you knocked it down to 40% or 25%, like,
I mean, I think it might be different for each club,
right?
you know, depending upon their frequency. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. If someone's a once a quarter versus once a month, should one get a better rate, or because they locking in more time? I don't know that.
I mean, we
don't.
could always change I mean, I don't know. And no matter what, on a nonprofit, increasing rent is always a challenge, so.
It's very tough.
Mhm.
And like these types of rentals, they defer our costs. If I'm looking at it right, you know, if we lose all the rentals that we have, we still have, you know, all the expenses associated with it. Maybe there's a de minimis amount that we don't have, but they're essentially taking the space that we still have to heat, we still have to, you know, air condition.
Well, anything that contributes is offsetting that, not just the rentals.
I mean, and they're great community-based groups. I mean, every single one of them do give back to the community in one way or another. So, you know, there's value in that.
So let's dig one layer deeper, Monica. So we talked about the seniors. We know there's seniors. We know there's the rentals, and we know there's the what was the third one you just
The
mentioned?
programming.
What's the next on the list? What's the fourth one?
Like staff trainings, police trainings,
No, but those are all no income, right?
they're all no income. Yeah, so there's not another income source.
Okay, so this one is not, I don't think this one we're going to be able to pull out of the hole. We figured the increase on the senior rates covered about 14,000 of the $20,000 deficit. You could maybe get 1,000 out of the rentals on top of the 5,000 you're getting. You could get something else. I don't know. I don't think you get 5 extra out of the 11,000 programming, are you?
I don't think we're getting 14,000 out of the seniors. I think we're getting 7 out of the seniors.
Yeah, 7,000 is what we make out of seniors right now.
7 incrementally, right?
But so you were out, we
Increased it
from 15 for residents
to 30.
to 30.
Okay, so maybe we get 10,000 out of the seniors.
Oh, Mike, wait a minute. I thought you said it went to 14, Mike.
What? It was 7,000 is what we got last year.
Got it. That was
And we hope to get another 7.
so. But there's clearly no way we're going to erase that entire $20,000 deficit.
What's
unless
the
this-
programming? I'm sorry.
I mean-
what's the programming, Monica?
That's your yoga people, like any of the active programming that we contract out that use that space for activities, whether it's yoga, it's an indoor, Skocker thing, or
Yeah, we have sake, we have.
So
I mean,
we
so many things.
different arts and crafts. So any of the instructors that come in and use the facility for programming.
and what's the arrangement that we have with them?
We're gonna get to that on another slide.
Okay.
I have a full analysis for that. So if we want to go over that, I think it might be next.
Well, Doug,
yeah,
do we
here's-
want to do anything with the rentals, or do we just let Monica do what she sees fit with the rentals? Because she seems to be pretty close to it.
What was that, Michael?
Well, we didn't decide anything on the rentals, so I was just posing that maybe we just let you do it as you see fit with the rentals, since you are more intimate with it.
Yeah, I mean, if the board would like to increase the rentals a percentage or, I mean,
if, again, it's 50, if you want to change it to 40%, and that chips away a little bit, like we'll leave that up to your discretion in terms of the rental. Right now you give them a 50%.
the discount, like.
Yeah, like
very
if you
big
say,
discount.
hey, we're gonna move it to 40% as you move to 2024 and that chips away, it's not anything significant and you would know, I think what Mike's getting at is you would know best if that's a walking attribute, meaning that you're gonna lose X% of the groups because you changed the fee a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, right now, actually, the way the fee is written is a discount. So the discount can change. So there is variability already. But would you like to increase the base fees at all?
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Because we do have other user groups who use the facility. I can't think of one.
I guess that's a different way. You could raise the fee and not change the discount. You're still.
For one-time users, raise the fee a little bit for one-time users.
How many are those? Are you?
A bulk of them are these long-term
Right.
agreements. Yeah.
Well, I guess again, up to you. If you need to raise the fee and reduce the discount, does that get you? Like, is that a double whammy? Is it too much, or is it just raise the fee, don't change the discount, or is it a combination of both?
It could be any way you see fit. Any way you see fit. I just, in knowing the nature of the nonprofits that we have, I do know that any increase is a burden, but it's not saying that we shouldn't do it.
Well, I'm just saying we're trying to be fair and equitable across all the groups that
Right.
we've addressed today. And so we know what we've been asked and challenged to do. So if there's, again, we're not asking to take a lot, but if there's a little we could take, if it's simple as reduce the discount, or is it raise the fee? Like, you can raise the fee, that fee then stays, and then you get it every year, and then you can decide what to do with the discount.
Well, I think at the start, you have to consider the base, right? They were talking about the rates that we're setting here. I think we should consider raising the rate. We can say 10%, let Monica round it to the nearest reasonable number. That would then carry through to an automatic increase, even if you don't change the discount rate.
Right.
And it
But
sticks moving forward.
You could also start, I'm not opposed to starting a discount rate reduction too, because we're still going to be short. The deficit's still going to be there. But it could be something small. It could be 5 this year or 10.
The only thing that, with these particular groups, if they say, well, we can't do this, and they go rent a room in a school, or they go to a library, or if they go to somebody's house, then we lose that revenue altogether. And, so, and as I say, our shortfall will then become even greater.
Yeah.
So, I think 10% rate, increase in the rate and no change to a discount, it's probably reasonable. Are you able to put the rates up on the screen, Monica?
Unfortunately, no. I actually just I was finishing these slides like hours before, so I didn't include that, but I can tell you them if you would like, Michael. It's 100, or well, the security deposit would likely stay the same. The great room both sides is $100 per hour. The great room both sides for 4 hours is $250 per hour.
So,
The great room for one side is $75 per hour. And the great room for one side for 4 hours is $150 for a 4-hour block. Classroom rental is $25 per hour. A classroom rental for a 4-hour block is $50 per hour. And kitchen use is $35 per hour and $15 for each additional hour.
So for ease of Mike's rounding and math, on the great room,
I mean, this is the cleanest fees.
yeah, on the great room, maybe
They're
it's just a
perfect.
straight,
They're perfect.
well, that's the way they are today, but if you do an increase, then the numbers get odd. So maybe it's a straight $25. Like on the great room, the classroom's a little, you can't do 25, but for the great room, maybe you just take each of your numbers and raise it by $25. It's one idea. I don't know about the classroom. I don't know how much. Maybe it's
Actually, I would suggest too that those 4-hour blocks, those go up to, like for the great room, instead of 250 for 4 hours, make it 300.
Yeah.
And for the half the great room, make that 200. It's still, if they weren't going to be there for the whole 4 hours, if there's only be 3, it's still cheaper for them to do the 4 hours.
Yeah.
And again, the classrooms, maybe it's $10 or just a number instead of a percentage in this case, since it's already rounded up to an even. What was the classroom again?
25.
25 and 50.
Unless it's 30 and 60. I mean, if you keep the same split.
I think that 4-hour increment should be 3 hours of us, the equivalent of 3 single hours.
75.
Yeah. Either 25 and 75 or 30 and 90.
Okay. Someone want to make a motion? Or is he making a motion?
Anybody want to make a motion for the fees?
Yeah, I'll see if I can do this. Before I make the motion though, Mike Blendy, were we talking about raising the 1 hour rate for the great room or just leaving that as is, raising the 4-hour rate?
I guess going up to 110. I don't know, what does that do? So 4 hours would be 440 versus 300, right?
Well, I guess it would be 300. Yeah, let's start with that. Okay, great room, 110, 300. Half the great room,
75 goes to 80.
Okay, 80 and 200.
200. Yeah.
Conference rooms go to 30 and
75.
75. I like it. And kitchen,
Not doing anything with the kitchen.
yeah, just change those $5 each month for the kitchen, I guess. That's the proposal.
So Dennis makes the motion. I'll second it.
I made the motion.
Dennis makes the motion, Mike seconds it. Do we have any discussion? Any public comment on the line? If none, all in favor of the motion on the table, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Approved. All right, Monica, I hope you caught that, the fees.
I hope that Janelle caught it.
All right, maybe Mike or can text them over or email them in case we don't have that captured.
That would be helpful.
All right,
So
anything
moving
else on the community center?
the programs. So right now, I don't even know that they have to change, because the prices vary, but we always get a 25% split. So we did reach out to a few other townships to see what their splits were. Upper Marion Township does 60-30. And just so you know, we contract a year with these. So as the contracts are up, would have to change. So if you do change them, just know that in your head. So 75-25 is current. Upper Marion Township does 70-30, but if the contractor pushes for it, they go as high as 80% to the contractor. Middletown Township is very similar. Cranberry Township does 70-30, 30 also, but their pickleball is a 50-50 split. Now Cranberry, I don't know if you know Cranberry Township pickleball, but it's probably the biggest pickleball organization in Pennsylvania. It's humongous. I think they have 1,500 to 2,000 pickleball members, and they have a full complex with a dome fully paid for by the pickleball users. So it's a totally different environment, but their split for construction is 50-50 township, 50 pickleball instructor, 50.
Any discussion on the programming split in terms of revenue share? We want to leave it up to Monica's discretion.
I honestly didn't follow like the logic there. Is there, if we want to increase it, what would be a reasonable thing to increase?
I mean, many townships do 70-30. So the township then would get 30% rather than 25%. So if you wanted to do something like that, I think we'd start to lose contractors if it goes much different than that. But it's up to you whether it needs a change or not. Now you have to understand, we continue to increase their fees, and we also charge 15% for non-resident participants. They get charged an additional 15% onto their fee. So we also make the percentage of that increase also.
So 70-30 is typical?
Not necessarily typical. It's either 75-25 or 70-30.
I would say 70-30 is reasonable.
I mean, again, 70-30, most contractors will probably pass that along, right? If they have a certain number in mind in terms of what they need to earn per session, what their time's worth. So anything that any increase probably will get passed along to the person that signs up.
And this total income stream from this is about 11,000, you said?
I'm sorry, Dennis, I struggle to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. The total income stream from the programs is about 11,000. Is that what you said?
Well, actually, it's a little more than that because we counted for some of that revenue to come back to our programmer. So about $10,000 goes back to the programmer.
And how many people push to the 80% that you said they sometimes allow them to push to?
The townships didn't clarify. They just allow that wiggle room for them. I mean, for us, we're very,
We don't do that.
We don't wiggle room. We don't do that. We don't participate in that.
So does anybody want to make a motion then on the programming fees for 2024?
I think in the spirit of what we've been doing all day today, I would make a motion that we change the split to 30-70.
Do I have a second? Mike Bundy, second. Do we have any discussion? Any comments from the public? If none, call to vote. All in favor of 30-70 split on programming fees for 2024, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Vote approved. Okay, Monica. Was there anything else left on there that we?
Well, there's pickleball, but we increased that quite a bit in our last.
That's a little bit more complicated, and I don't know if we covered that already, so.
Yeah.
We did some kind of cost neutral anyway, didn't we?
Sorry, Dennis,
Did we made that cost neutral with the last proposal, didn't we?
Yeah, you covered this in the last meeting.
right, we approved the fee increase.
Right, but
last time.
it was cost neutral with the increase?
Yes, cost neutral.
My only comment on that is it's a pretty significant change for the members. I don't, like I said, I don't know like what the impact will be in terms of member retention, because it's currently the fee now to the members or for pickleball is $27. So the new fee will either be $60 or $120. So it's going up, either 3x or almost 5x.
So in our final estimate too, we did account for loss. So we're net neutral if there's loss.
So it does account then for membership loss.
Yeah, we did account for membership loss.
You might gain members, but it's a net. What else do we have to cover that we haven't yet addressed?
There are a couple other fees that we've been analyzing, but I don't have them.
Okay, we're not
I
going
don't
to
have
talk
them
about them
today.
there.
But pavilion fees would be something that, I likely would bring to the board. Our pavilion fees are very low. And another thing is that we don't allow non-resident rentals. So there are times that non-residents want to rent the pavilions and then they just sit empty all weekend where there was an opening and we could have been making a little bit of revenue off of a non-resident rental and we could have even charged double. So just something to put out there. But our rates are very low in comparison to the area. So that's somewhere else we can generate a little revenue.
And what's the rental income on the pavilions?
Well, that's the thing. I didn't have it prepared for you.
Okay. I'd rather,
Actually, it might be in our book. Michael, if you have to.
Monica, if someone were to go and use a pavilion without having rented it, do the police monitor that?
They don't monitor it, but if someone does have their permit and they reserve and someone's on site, they can call the police and the police will,
So I would just advocate maybe in terms of having some sort of non-resident structure, because if the non-resident came to you and you said, we don't rent to non-residents, and they just went and camped out there and they didn't interfere with another permit, they would be fine sitting there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a lost revenue opportunity. We should do something.
Yeah, there
Right.
should definitely be a non, I would say even rather than raising the resident fee, just add a non-resident fee that's double the resident fee.
good idea. See what that kind of generates in 2024. Since we
Okay.
currently don't have that, right?
We don't. So if you would like to make a motion to do that, that would be $30 for a non-resident fee per
Well,
hour.
Well, again, question is I would ask everybody to look at the rate. Is $15 the right rate for the pavilion? How long do they get the rental for?
It's per hour.
It's 15 per hour and non-rental and non-resident would be 30.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
other townships will do like $120, $150, $160 day rate. Some will do, for like, it's
So-
so much higher.
I know you don't have the data, but let me ask you, like, what's the typical rental? Are people really renting it just for an hour, or is it typically a 3-hour?
Well, we tell them that they should rent for the entire setup and tear down period because
Right. So I guess my question is, should we just do, it's a 3-hour rental at $45? And that's what I'm asking, are people renting it mostly for 3 hours, and should it just be a 3-hour rental and not give them a choice? So
we can do that. People don't.
I'm just asking, like, what is the typical is if you're getting 4 hours or 3 hours and it's a minimum 3-hour rental, it's $45 or it's $90. And every hour after that, it's either another 15 or 30. So automatically you're not going to get somebody that says, I want it for an hour, right? If they use it for an hour, but it's a $45 minimum, right?
I think that makes a lot of sense that, because it's not policed. It's, the pool is policed, but, if they rent it at Memorial Park, nobody's going there and saying, oh, time to leave.
True.
If the common thing is 3 hours, then just rent it for 45 and 90. And if someone wants an additional hour, it's $15 more, but you're not going to rent it for an hour. I think it's just.
How about 50 and 75? in the spirit of the blending pricing scheme.
Well,
I was just trying to keep it as it's the double rate for the non-resident versus resident. Right?
Well, 50 and 100 then.
Yeah,
I mean, I think 100's very reasonable. We rented
For 3 hours, yeah.
Yeah, we rented Brownsburg Park and did the non-resident, and I want to say it was 100 for 3 hours non-resident there.
Okay, what if they need I'm just thinking logistics, like what if they need an extra hour, or would they get 2-3 hour block?
No, then you charge them just anything over the 3 hours is
$20.
is 15 for resident, 30 for non or something. So
20 for residents.
well,
20 and 40.
Okay, so what I'm hearing for a 3 hour block, it's 50 and 100. For each additional hour after the 3 hour block is 20 and 40.
That's the motion.
that's the motion.
Was
Yeah.
that made? Is that made?
Does anybody want to second it?
I'll second it.
All right,
Who made the motion?
Dennis did.
Okay, Dennis made it. Okay.
Dennis and Kim seconded. All right. Do we have any discussion? Any public comment on the line? None?
There's no public comment online.
Thank you. Let's call the motion. We'll call for a vote for the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. You got that, Monica? 50 and 100, another. All right.
So just quickly, one other thing, we talked about park ranger positions. I'm going to eliminate that. We don't have room for it in the budget right now. So that's going. Oh, you also did the dog park fees the other day. I don't know if you want to revisit them or not.
They went up. Did they go up
No.
enough?
Up to you.
Did they cover the deficit?
Yeah, we covered that, right?
We did. We covered it last time.
Any other fees?
No. Here's just some of the projects.
Well, before we go on the projects, I want to go back to Rob's and the elephant in the room is your motion, Rob. Go ahead.
My motion would be that we do the increase of
Where it was, this is what it is.
what was that assessment?
Millage.
Millage.
Millage is 2.43 and it was,
2.67 back in 2019.
and what was the millage you had proposed?
It was an increase of 5. So
0.5? So it would have been, this proposal was to go to 2.9.
Increase
hear
the
you, Ted.
millage to 2.93.
Rob made a motion to increase the park and rec millage for Lower Makefield Township from its current rate of 2.43 to 2.93, an increase of 0.5 versus its current rate. Do I have a second?
for it.
Was that a second, Michael Lundy? Brody?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Discussions?
So what were we doing before coming out of our last meeting? Is this what we were proposing anyway? Is this a repeat proposal of what we were going to do anyway?
We did not vote on it or discuss it during our last meeting. This was, I think, something that, what? We did not vote or.
I don't think millage was discussed. I'm not sure.
I don't think it was either.
Millage was not discussed.
And I don't think in the past, if I recall, we've kind of never kind of talked about millage, right? Because we've always just addressed the fees, but given the environment's changed, the number of projects that we have on hand, the amount of ongoing maintenance and capital projects needed, I think it's appropriate that we provide a point of view and a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
Aye.
Is that, well, we have a motion. Do we have any other discussion or topic that we want to address, bring up regarding this subject?
Yeah, I'll just say, I'll kind of say in support of what you're saying there, Doug, that the township's in a tough situation and they have to make a lot of tough calls on numbers that are going to be asking for more money from residents across the board. And I think in all of our actions tonight, we try to take steps to move the needle forward to getting more money back every possible place we could. And millage should be considered also. I think it's in line with the concept of pay for play, play for all. Everybody should pay for it. Everybody should, we're building it for everybody. Everybody should be a part of paying for it, not just user groups. Especially when we're talking about a lot of it is going to be things that have been decaying over the last 30 years for the whole community, not just certain community members.
Agree.
I agree.
Agree with that. The whole pay for play and everything. We're asking our various members with their fee increases that we just talked about. And then there are other people that are getting the benefit of this in the township. The township should be committed to paying for what we haven't been paying for the last 10, 20 years. We've been kicking the can down the things. So maintenance is coming, and without this millage, I don't think we're able to do that. And we need to do it. I think that should be our recommendation.
Okay, if there's not any discussion, there's any public comment online?
There's no public comment
No
online.
public comment. All in favor of the motion on the table to increase the millage from 2.43 to 2.93, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
One, 2, 3, 4 passes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-1.
Mike, I'm curious to know do you just not think we should be passing a tax increase?
I don't think it's our purview to levy taxes. I don't know enough about the park and rec budget to say that 0.5 is enough or 0.5 is too much. I also I disagree that for 20 years it's been ignored. I mean, I think Monica said that the millage has increased back in 2015 and 16, and then in 19 it jumped up to 2.67. So I don't think it's our purview.
I understand, Mike. I actually agree with everything you said too. Like, I don't understand the complete impact. However, I think when I was thinking of it, when I voted in favor of it, was that we know that the changes we just made, that we recommended for all the fees and things that we do control recommendations for, doesn't cover the gap. And so I was thinking, this is at least, and again, we don't have the right to levy, but we can recommend. And my point was just letting the supervisors know that in spite of all of our hard work at the fee changes, there's still a deficit, and we just wanted to go on record. That was my point in voting.
All right, Monica, in the home stretch. All right, what else do you have to share tonight? Since we've covered all the fees.
Part of what we are charged with is also taking a look at projects. So these are the projects that we did have proposed on Wednesday when we talked.
Are you able to share again?
Is
or
it
no?
not sharing? Oh, it's not sharing.
I don't see it.
Oh, hold on. Well, do you want me to just talk you through them? I think I have to re-sign into Zoom. I unzoomed. How long was I not sharing slides?
Since you came back.
Here I was going through them. Um, so capital projects that we had on the budget when we did the meeting on Wednesday, this is what we had. We were looking at using the 2016 bond proceeds to cover a series of projects to include the Memorial Park shade structure and rubberized surface. That's 330,000. The Heacock Pocket Park, which is already, signed contract coming in January. There's back order. There is a bike path match that we applied for. We have to budget for the match, not necessarily that we get the grant, but we have to budget for it. Pool filter replacement is absolute need next year. We do actually have another pool filter that will need to be replaced the following year, preferably replace this year, but we can't, so replace following year. Diving board replacement, that was also in bond proceeds. And then we have some fee in lieu money that as of Wednesday, because Dave and I and Allison have been looking at everything too. So the Memorial Park East expansion was in that budget under fee in lieu of money. Memorial Park basketball court in fee in lieu of money, and pickleball drainage project in fee in lieu of money. The board had a lot of different ideas of what should be reduced or eliminated or deferred. I don't know what the park board on a priority standpoint. Now, please note Peacock Pocket Park has already commitment that we made.
Just so you can explain, so bond proceeds, right? These are general bonds that the township
Yeah,
is,
and they got, I don't know if it was through referendum. I think it was through
right?
the
But
referendum.
so there's money there that's, it's not specific to Park and Rec, right? It's
No.
just general capital projects, right? Fee in
And
lieu,
there are other projects listed, for the township.
sure.
For
And then the fee in lieu again are the development fees,
not taxpayer dollars, development fees.
and again, they're not specific to Park and Rec.
They are specific to park.
They are, so
Yeah.
So I guess my question, if the bond if they don't use the bond proceeds, would they then use first the fee in lieu dollars? So,
So after these projects, there's no other fee in lieu dollars. So it's zero fee in lieu out.
no, you mentioned this is how you projected funding would go towards the shade structure using bond proceeds versus using fee in lieu. What was the decision process in terms of which funding bucket to pay for something?
We just were trying to make the math.
I'm just, I just, for everybody in the room here, like, what's the rationale as to which bucket the money comes from, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we're just trying to make the math work. I mean, initially we thought initially fee in lieu could only be used towards new projects. So that's why Memorial Park East expansion landed in there in the fee in lieu. But then we recently found out that a few years back, that rule changed and you can use it also for maintenance. So that's why the Memorial Park basketball court and pickleball drainage got in there.
And is that shade structure, does that include the flooring or is that,
That's flooring and shade.
okay, so maybe we just change that. So, because somebody might look at that and say, what, that's 300,000 for just a shade structure.
Memorial Park, yeah.
Okay. So what's the ask from us? Is there,
Just if there was a priority or if there was something to remove, what would your first remove or first cuts? What would be your cuts?
I think again, you need to, the Memorial Park, right? That's a grant we're getting, right? That's a match.
It's it's 900,000 for the grant and about 130,000 match. And then the remainder of the money is budgeted for engineering.
And that expires in 2026,
6.
right?
Mhm.
So we have time there, right? That doesn't have to be a 2024 project, right?
Yes, but it is a big project. So
But
we would definitely have to start it early in
no, I understand that, but it's it's not the Memorial Park shade structure, flash floor, that's a maintenance repair, right? Heacock, we've already committed to. The pool filter, diving board, those are the drainage project, right? The Memorial Park basketball court, like in my mind, like anything that's a replacement, renovation of an existing park that needs the work should be prioritized over anything new, right? I don't know, if anybody else want to add their thoughts on this?
I would say I would not do the Memorial Park expansion. I'd like to know what it is. Like, if you said to me, 7 years ago when the Memorial Park playground was installed, that we'd be spending $330,000 in 7 years to replace it. And then in another 7 years, we'd have to, replace it again. I don't know that I would spend that money that way. So I don't know what's in this Memorial Park expansion. I wouldn't want it to be the same thing that we're facing now by, having to redo this playground again, at a much higher price. So I'd like to understand before we start another project, what's this going to cost to maintain? So I would, even though there's matching dollars with it, I would want to know what we're talking about first. The Memorial Park shade structure, that park, I think it needs to be smaller to be more cost effective. And you while still maintaining the ADA accessible and that piece of it. But I again, I would hold off on doing that, and I would look for some kind of public funding, public-private source to help offset the cost of that. The Heacock Pocket Park, we're doing that. That's committed for. The pool filters, absolute necessity. I would do that. The pickleball drainage project, I would do that. Like, we just built it. How could we not, have it right? The diving board, I can't see not doing that. And the basketball court, I don't know what to do about that.
We, with the basketball court, I know it is cracked beyond belief and basically can't be used. Do we know how much it would be just to remove it all and put on the back burner, building a new basketball court down the road?
I don't know, but I could look it up.
I mean, that would be my thought on if they want us to prioritize. I think like it's already been said, the Heacock is committed. Some of the other stuff is already, committed and necessary. We have the basketball court over by the pool. Is it something that we could get rid of that basketball court for safety reasons now and prioritize it down the road?
No, it's not impossible.
Okay.
I just don't know how much of a difference in price. I can't.
Yeah.
But Mike, just a quick question for you, because I just want you to elaborate. When you said on the Memorial Park, on the inclusive playground, you said you wanted it smaller. Were you referring to just the shade structure or the total playground?
I think the big expense would be the ground covering.
So So you're suggesting redesigning in totality the size of that playground. Is that what you're suggesting?
Keeping the same footprint, but instead of having, 100% coverage with the,
Well,
the rubberized surface, maybe you make it half rubberized surface and half mulch. And but that I would try first to, like the Philadelphia Eagles, they have their autism program, or their fundraising effort. Maybe they would want to, maybe they would see a value in, contributing to that, park. I mean, I don't, Monica, you said like that's the only park around that's has that ADA accessibility, and it's not, it's also like for kids with autism too.
Yeah, I mean,
is
it's
it
the
not?
it's the first park of its kind in Bucks County for certain. I believe there may have been a couple since we put that in 10 years ago that were installed in Bucks County. But it was the first of its kind. And it is one of the only fully accessible parks that I can think of nearby.
So I feel like that could wait another year, but when it gets redone, maybe there's other funding sources from outside the township. And then when it does get done, maybe, keep the same footprint, but use less of the very expensive ground covering. I'm blanking on what you call that, the surface.
Rubberized surface.
Yeah.
Any other comments? I know that, I don't know, Monica, you just needed some input, not
Yeah,
a
just more or less
recommendation. I
needed-
just know we've been here a while, so.
Yeah, it's been some time.
I'll just add. I mean, I agree completely that unfortunately, it seems like the 3 Memorial Park things are probably the first that would come off this, but I do kind of agree with Mike that like the uniqueness of the groups that benefit from Memorial Park's the playground area, you would think that it would be, of all of our projects, that would be an easier one to get public support for and to get public funding for and to get like, great local companies to donate for, and like Newtown companies and like Newtown residents might donate to that because like it's, it's, that's one of the few projects that we do that really does touch more people than just Lower Makefield Township. So if there's going to be something that we could potentially get outside sources to help us fund or donate to, that would seem like one that you could get some support for potentially.
Monica, I would even rank those Memorial Park ones. I think the basketball court, in spite of what Rob was proposing, I think we need another. We can't just have one basketball court in town. I think those courts need to be repaired, not just demolished. And I would put those at the top of the Memorial Park list. What I don't know is when we've gone to the contractors, like I just had my driveway redone and I had some significant cracks. Maybe not as bad as the cracks that were on that basketball court, but Sure Steel does this milling where there's bad areas, and then they recoat with about 2 inches of surface, and it lasts for. He said it could last up to 10 years. So it's not a permanent forever thing, but it's a pretty good, strong Band-Aid. If maybe that's what these guys were considering, but it just seems like this, like someone like a Sure Steel might come in and give us a much better rate than 231. But then I would say the shade structure, because it's an existing thing, probably would be next on my list. And then the expansion, I would just, if we can't afford it now, we can't afford it now.
Did we lose Kim?
Anybody else? No, Kim's still there. She's still with
Oh,
us.
I see.
Yeah. Any other, need any other feedback? Need anything else from us, from Monica on these questions for the board?
No, but I do appreciate this great working session today. Thank you all for all of your input.
You're welcome.
So before we depart, I do want to echo Monica's comments. I know this has been probably the longest session we've had in a long time, but I appreciate everybody's dedication in spending the several hours this evening. I know we'd probably rather be somewhere else, but I do want to recognize everybody and thank them for their input and their time. It'll go a long way. I will be drafting more of a summary letter to the board of supervisors to kind of help, push this over the line based on, what we voted on tonight and what our majority feedback is. And this will help, Monica get these projects and fees over the line. So I might reach out to several of you just to kind of review, a final document before it gets sent over to the board of supervisors. So. There's not any other agenda items from anybody. Does anybody want to make a motion to adjourn?
Motion to
Motion to
adjourn.
adjourn.
Second by Mr. Dennis. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Yeah.
Good night.
Hi.